A dream written down with a date becomes a goal. A goal broken down into a steps becomes a plan. A plan backed by action makes your dreams come true. Pleasant morning to one and all present here. On behalf of Sri Kanyaka Parameshwari Arts and Science and College for Women, Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Institution Innovation Council of SKPC, I welcome you all for the International Conference on Innovation in Distributive Technologies, jointly organized by the Department of Computer Science and Department of Computer Application. I take immense pleasure in welcoming the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Uzain Ketani, Honorary Correspondent Guhilam Ramesh, Principal Dr. T. Mohaneshri, and Vice Principals Dr. P.V. Vanita and M.D. Nappinai, and my dear staffs. Wholeheartedly, I welcome all renowned speakers and delegates who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be part of this conference. We are honored to have you all with us. Prayer. God speaks in the silence of the heart. Listening is the beginning of a prayer. By the words of Mother Teresa, I request the prayer girls to sing college prayer song. I request Emma Priya to sing the college prayer song.
श्री महेश्वरी वासवी नगरीश्वरी परमेश्वरी कामितां परमेश्वरी श्री महेश्वरी वासवी नगरीश्वरी परमेश्वरी कामितान्तमुलिच्छि ब्रूममु कन्यका परमेश्वरी देवदेवी महेश्वरी जगदीश्वरी काववे ममु एल्लवेलल कन्यका परमेश्वरी बालचन्द्रगिरीतधारिणि भव्यसुन्दरिणी वैशवंशयशोभिवर्धिनि कन्यका परमेश्वरी श्रीमहेश्वरि वासवी नगरीश्वरी परमेश्वरी काववे ममु एल्लवेलल कन्यका परमेश्वरी कन्यका परमेश्वरी
Thank you, Hemapriya. Welcome is the challenge of the opportunities in every situation to learn and grow in wisdom. I request our beloved and vibrant principal, Dr. T. Mohaneshri ma'am, to deliver welcome address.
Jai Vasavi, Asmat Gurubhyo Namaha. With the blessings of Goddess Vasavamba and with the support of the management and honorary correspondent Shri Gugilam Ramesh, I take this opportunity to welcome all for the 2 days international conference on innovations in disruptive technologies. I welcome all the eminent speakers and guests from all over the world, from different walks of life, to share their knowledge and experience with us. This is the first international conference in the history of Department of Computer Science and Department of Computer Application, which is conducted on a digital platform adhering to the standard operating procedure of COVID-19. Clayton M. Frischman, a professor and head business school, professor of Harvard Business School, popularized the idea of disruptive technologies in 1997 in his best-selling book, The Innovator's Dilemma. The disruptive technology displaces an established technology that shakes up the industry or a groundbreaking product that creates a completely new technology. Disruptive technology leads the disruptive innovations. These innovations open up enormous opportunities for research. The pace of innovation is incredibly fast with new things discovered daily. Even during pandemic, the technology industry has continued to evolve with widespread implementations. This conference paves way for the researchers to listen to the invited talks on the topic, share the research findings to their gathering, and to inspire and generate new ideas for further research. This conference is being conducted in association with the Internal Quality Assurance Cell, Institutions Innovation Council of SKPC, and the ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu as knowledge partner. We look forward to the presentation to be made by the distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Hussein Ketai, Professor, Dakota State University, United States. Mr. Sairam, Electrical Design Engineer, Germany. Dr. E. Murugan, Associate Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Government Arts and Science Arts College, Chennai. Dr. T. Veil Murugan, Associate Professor, DG Vaishnav College, Chennai. Ms. G. Jayanti, Senior Software Engineer, Texas, USA. Dr. K. Shyamala, Associate Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Government Arts College, Chennai. Dr. Rashri Sitter, Professor and Dean, RV College of Engineering, Bangalore. And Mr. Girgari Manoj, Senior Manager Training, Allsec Technologies. The research articles will be published in ISBN conference proceedings and UGC Care listed journal, Journal of Fundamental and Comparative Research of Scopus, Industry Journal, International Engineering Journal, based on preference of the authors. On behalf of the SKPC family organizing committee, I would like to invite you all for the exciting conference. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. To be inspired is a great, but to be an inspiration is an honor. I request Head, Department of Computer Science, Dr. A. Sudaram Kumar, ma'am, to introduce our today's chief guest of the day, Dr. Hussein Ketani.
Started with the motto of promoting women's education in Chennai.
Sudha?
Yes,
Unmute.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mute yours.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The institution inculcates the value system through perseverance, performance, and progress, and also emphasis on the rich Indian tradition by imparting values of compassion, tolerance, understanding, care, service, and love. The institution has completed successfully 22 years experience in the field of education. The institution offers 14 UG degree and 4 PG degree with, I'm proud to say, with research department in commerce, offering both part-time and full-time PhD. And our college is having one more feather to his cap. It is a linguistic Telugu minority institution affiliated to the University of Madras and is located near Madras High Court. Accredited by NAC, 2F status and ISO certified. The college has been ranked 30th at the national level and 3rd at the state level by the Education World 2020 to 2021. Among the 1,559 colleges participated in India Today ranking. Our college secured the following ranks in arts: 130th rank, science 139th rank, commerce 161th rank, BBA 87th rank, and then BCA 73rd rank. This year, the theme of our college is Health is Wealth, that is Arogyam Magabhagyam. I welcome you all to this wonderful gathering, and it is my privilege to introduce our chief guest of the day, Dr. Hussain Ketani. I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation in spite of your busy schedule. It is a great honor for me to introduce you. He received the bachelor's degree in electrical and electronic engineering from Eastern Mediterranean University, Cyprus in 1999, and master's and doctoral degree both in electrical engineering from the University of Wisconsin at Madison in 2000 and 2002 respectively. Sir has served as the faculty member at the University of South Alabama in the year 2002 to 2003. And he served from 2003 to 2007 in Jackson State University, and from 2007 to 2012 in Polytechnic University of Puerto Rico. And he served as a faculty member from 2012 to 2016 in Fort Hays State University. And he served as a faculty member from 2016 to 17 in Florida Polytechnic University. And currently, Sir is working in Dakota State University since 2018. Sir served as research assistant at Los Alamos National Laboratory in summer of 2015 to 2011. He has been the visiting professor at the Arctic Region Supercomputing Center at the University of Alaska in summer of 2018, and has been the visiting professor at the Joint Institute for Computational Science at the University of Tennessee at Knoxville in summer of 2010. Sir is interested in the research areas like computational science and engineering, high performance computing algorithm, information retrieval, network traffic characterization, number theory, robust control and optimization, and population studies. Sir has presented research papers in over 100 referred conference and journal publication, and his work has received close to 1,000 citations. Really, it is a wonderful achievement by researchers all over the world. He chaired over 100 international conferences throughout the world and successfully secured external funding in millions of dollars for research and education from US federal agencies like National Science Foundation, Department of Defense, and Department of Energy, and NRC. We are so honored to have you as our chief guest for the inauguration day. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. We are eagerly waiting to hear from you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Hussain Ketani, sir, to address our gathering.
Thank you very much for the invitation and the warm welcome, Dr. Suda, and the rest of the committee. It's great to be in your company. In fact, I was in Chennai just before the lockdown, the worldwide lockdown, like in March 2020. And it's nice to be back, even though it's virtual. So I have a set of slides that I'll try to share if the host allows me. It's saying host disabled participant screen sharing. So if I could be allowed to share my slides by the host. Okay, now I am allowed, correct. Share. Okay. So I put my slides on, and given the topic of the conference, I chose this topic, something that I taught and I wrote papers about. So we'll be talking on the top threats to cyber systems. And okay, So threat landscape is so we have technological innovations of cyber systems and increased dependence of individuals, societies, and nations on these technologies brought new, real, and ever-changing threat landscapes. So when the system is easier for the user, it's also easier for the bad actors or the malicious actors. For example, it's much easier for me to enter the system without password, without checking my credentials, but that makes it easier for somebody to impersonate me or to steal my data. And so the ease and efficiency to our lives has been met by similar innovation to take advantage of cyber systems for other gains. And threats evolving faster than they can be assessed. So there is always playing catch up, and sometimes security is an afterthought. So you, after a while, when things happen, then you try to backtrack and understand what happened. More threat actors are noted to be sponsored by nation states, and the skills and capabilities of organizations to defend against these attacks are lagging, which makes it harder because nations have much better resources than other organizations, especially if they are targeting their resources towards a certain goal that is viewed as national interest. An increase in automation of threat analysis and response, as well as increased adoption of security measures by at-risk organizations is warranted. And with that, there's a problem of false positive, but still you cannot just have humans viewing things. You want to have some automation that flag things and let a human take a closer look at the problem. So there are such terminologies that we hear in this context that, for example, threat agents, what are they? These are actors, individuals, or organizations who can create a threat, often try to mask their identity and alliances by claiming identification with another group. For example, if I'm in Russia and I want to hack a US entity, I may hack first to a system in Mexico or in India, and then from there I hack to another system, say in Brazil, and then I hack to the US. So it's very hard. So the attack on a US entity seems to be coming from Brazil, but actually it's coming from Russia, for example. And it's masked by double mask. So even if you trace it, it's very hard to trace it to China. Maybe you can trace it to Mexico, because that's another way where was hacked. So often, and the most common categories of threat agents are cyber criminals. So people, so just crime using the cyber world, insiders. So somebody working somewhere and want to hurt the organization or gain from it. Nation states, and that's tough to deal with because the perpetrators are well protected. Corporations, hacktivists, these are people who are activists for a certain cause. And for example, they may hack in or attack a website for a political party or something like that, so they can hack into it to make their message clear through activism. Cyber terrorism, which is using terrorism in the cyber world, and there's script kiddies or skiddies. So attack vectors. These are the path or means by which a threat agent gains access to a cyber system for the purpose of malicious activity. There is a large taxonomy of attack vectors, including a human element, web and browser attacks, internet exposed threat, mobile app stores, malicious USB drive. And there is a 7-step chain that is referred to as kill chain. and that cyberkill chain that a model was developed, introduced by Lockheed Martin Corporation, which shows the steps at which that an attack takes. For example, there is reconnaissance. So somebody can write like check the target that they want to attack, and then weaponization. So they can write a malware like a virus or a malware that they can attack the system and try to insert it. So delivering it, we may deliver it by an email. The malicious attackers can deliver it by email, for example. So that's step 3. And then exploitation. So when the email is received or somebody clicks on the link, then it's going to download the script. So, and then it's going to install it. So that's step 5. And for example, then it takes command of some files or the whole system, commands and control, shortened as C2. And then it does some actions on the objective. So for example, if it's a ransomware, then it locks the computer and asks for the victim to send them money. And it happened a few times recently in the US for big corporations, including a refinery, and that created a major disruption and the gas prices went up. So top cyber threats, these are ranked by EU Agency for Cybersecurity, or ENISA, based on publicly available data. And the ranking is based on efficiency of the threat, defined as frequency of appearance, ratio of frequency of appearance with number of incidents. Overlapping threats are handled separately because the threat is launched by special malicious artifacts. For example, ransomware, cryptojacking are special of malware, but they are considered separately. And identity theft is a special case of data breach because they have to breach the data and then to steal the data from a person, and then you impersonate them. You use their credit card information as if it was your own. So here is a list of the ranking per year and how things evolved through the years since ENISA started publishing these reports. And you can see that 2019 was skipped because of COVID. And so you can see that some were on the top 5 since the beginning, like malware was a second, and now it's the first on the list since 2014. Web-based attacks was first, now it's a second. So these are remain for the whole decade, still remain on the top 2. You have web application attacks. It was 3 most of the time, and until 2020 it was 4, so it lowered a little bit. Phishing was number 7, and it increased in rank, and now it's number 3. Exploit kits, for example, used to be number 4, and then kept dropping until it left the list of top 15. And then you can have things that go up, so the severity of the impact and the frequency increases as time goes on. Cryptojacking, basically attacking the system and using their resources to mine for cryptocurrency. It wasn't on the list until 2018, and crypto cyber espionage also entered the list in 2014. So the trend of these attacks is that there is an increase in complexity, advancement in obfuscation, and multi-purpose. So it could be ransomware and something else. It could be identity theft and something else, for example. Monetization, so people, attackers look for money in the form of cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or other ones, and actors sponsored by nation states. So these are trends, and skills and capabilities for defense are lagging. So the skills for the attacks is increasing and the skills for the defense is not catching up. So we are gonna go on each one of the threats from the list and discuss it further. So malware is a software acting against the interest of the user. You have viruses, worms, Trojan horses, spyware, ransomware, and cryptojacking. These are examples of a malware. It's involved in 1/3 of all data breaches, increasingly targeting Internet of Things devices like iPads and iPhones and similar things, because people don't. The users of these devices are not invested more in security, and sometimes they are not aware of the security threats of these devices. And you have also with the lockdown, you have more people using IoT devices, using working remotely, going to school remotely, doing the conferences remotely like we are doing now. 4 million samples collected each day for malware, 94% of delivered by email. And so still email is the favorite method of delivering malware. Number 2 on the list was web-based attacks, uses browsers, web pages, content managers, greatest threat to online banking. Top 5 source countries, about half is USA, 1/4 is Netherlands, and then Germany, France, 5% each. Specific attack vectors, browser exploits. So we have to, users have to make updates as soon as they show up, because when there is an update, usually there is some flaw or a bug or something in the browser that could be exploited for against the user in security sense, and so making the update frequently is a good way to protect against web-based attacks. Drive-by download, so no user action is required. Malicious URLs, so once you enter a website, it downloads things without you even knowing it. Water holing is targeting influential people in our organization because they have more access, or because they can make decisions that they can be forced to make decisions in favor of the attacker. Number 3 is phishing with a PH, and it uses social engineering to lure targets into revealing sensitive information. It can be through messages, so it's messages appearing to be sent from a reputable source with the intention of persuading the user to open a malicious attachment or follow a fraudulent URL. Once the person clicks on that URL, then it downloads some script that can do some harm to the machine. Spear phishing targets people within a specific organization, usually like administration or people who have better access than normal people in the organization. Causes over 90% of malware infections and 72% of data breach in organizations. Top targets, email and online services, about 1/4 of the targets. Financial institutions, about 1/5 of the targets. 1 million new phishing websites each month is created for the sole purpose of phishing. So like malicious codes or sending emails or luring people to these malicious websites. Number 4 on the list is web application attacks, exploits vulnerabilities in APIs, and the way to secure this, to protect from this, is making updates as soon as they come out. Security must be built in instead of bolt on. So when somebody is making the software, they need to be aware of the security instead of adding security afterwards. Top types of attacks is SQL injection, which is about 73% of the attacks. And then another one is local file inclusion, which is 1/5 of the attack. And then there are other ones that are used less, but still do harm. Top 5 source countries: USA 1/3, Netherlands 12%, etc. Number 5 is spam. This is a very famous word that we see it. We receive a lot of emails. Usually they are filtered by our email system, but still sometimes some get through. It's defined as unsolicited advertising, email or social media, mainly distributed by large spam botnets. Half of all emails are spam, so about 500 billion emails per day. This creates an overload on bandwidth of internet systems and on cyber systems. That half of the emails are spam. Main means of malware delivery: attached file or URL. So if I want to deliver a malware, usually a spam is used. So you send millions of emails, and then you hope that some people are going to click on the link that was included or open the attachment. And users try to malicious attackers try to develop some social engineering skills to motivate the victim to click on the link or click on the file to download it. 97% of spam-related attacks in 2017 were sent by 2 botnets, Knickers and Gamut. Denial of service attacks, or DOS, making a resource unavailable, flooding with requests and using botnets. So you just make many requests to download a page from many resources, and usually that's done by DDoS or distributed denial of service attacks, which strikes from many sources, and it's harder to stop. Pulse wave distributed denial of service attacks are burst attacks on many targets for days. And there is Mirai IoT, the botnet in 2016. It's a famous botnet and a famous malicious incident. And it was a malware, then botnet, and denial of service attack. So these are 3 threats combined in this kind of botnet. It's the largest distributed denial of service attack in history in terms of bandwidth. It was over 1 terabit per second. Credence to IoT vulnerabilities and massive IoT security. And there are over 30 billion IoT connected devices. So you can see how they are ripe and the fertile land to exploit for cybersecurity. Even if we think of IoT devices, they don't have the power as laptops and computers, but then in aggregation, when many are used, that they can do harm. And there is a concern about 5G networks because that makes, with the speed and ease and more access to cyber systems through IoT devices, that makes their exploitation more like deadly. It has more negative impact. Some WannaCry and PETA in 2017, they were a form of denial of service attacks. So it was malware, exploit kits, denial of service attack, and ransomware. So these are where things that lock the laptop or the machine or the system and ask for cryptocurrency to be paid and for them to give back access or give back the data. And sometimes victims pay and they don't get back their data. Identity theft is number 7 on the list. Basically impersonation of person or system, result of successful attack and data breach. Credit card skimmers, dumpster driving, phishing, all these are methods, means for identity theft. About 4.1 billion records exposed in 2019. In Cigna Corporation, there were 170 million. Capital One, which is a bank here in the US, 160 million records were exposed. Uber, 60 million, Mixcloud 20 million, EasyJet is airlines, 9 million records were breached in 2019. 500 in UK per day are exposed, sold for $10 on black market. Cost this identity theft cost in the US more than 7 billion each year. Number 8 is data breach, and you can see that these, like we mentioned data breach before, but now we focus on it more as a threat. Data breach is after the fact result of an attack, and it takes approximately 206 days to identify a data breach in an organization. So by the time the breach is identified, the malicious actors already did whatever they want to do. They got the data, they sold it, and they moved on to another target. Financial impact can remain for more than 2 years after the initial incident. Like when there's a data breach against an organization, then its reputation goes down, its stock market drops. If it's against a government agency, then the trust in that agency goes down. So it's not only a nuisance or has monetary value, but also it has other impacts as well. Stolen or weak passwords sold on dark web. 25 million records are breached each day. About 2/3 of them are in business, 1/6 in medical and healthcare, 1/10 in financial and government or military. In 2017, Equifax data breach of nearly 150 million customers' records. They were fined. Equifax was fined about $500 million in the United States because of such breach. In 2018, Facebook Cambridge Analytica data breach affected 90 million Facebook users. They were fined a nominal fine in Brazil, which is $1.5 million for that. But also, it may have had an impact on the election in the United States and other things. So insider threat is number 9 on the list. Organization insider with authorized access can be malicious, negligent, or compromised. So a person can be an insider threat without them knowing, often unintentional. Example, phishing, careless, lack of knowledge. For example, so they receive a phishing email, they click on the link, and the whole system is compromised through them. And if they have access, if they are administrator or something like that, then the malicious actors have that access, and therefore they can make an impact on the organization and negative impact. 77% of the company's data breaches are caused by insiders. For example, Edward Snowden in 2013 was an NSA contractor, and he made and he was a whistleblower. Chelsea Manning in 2013 is U.S. Army that got jailed, and she gave 0.5 terabyte of videos and documents to WikiLeaks that WikiLeaks published, and because of that, its leader Assange is targeted and is in prison now in UK. But that shows that you can, as a government, you can spend billions and trillions of dollars protecting a system, but then one person walks out and spills the secret, as we see in both Snowden and Manning. Botnets, it's collection of scripts running on connected devices, usually in Internet of Things devices, responsible for enormous distributed denial of service attacks, spam, social media. There are over 30 billion IoT connected devices, and so it's ripe for exploitation and attacks, because many of users of these devices are not, they don't have a cybersecurity training or awareness. The Mirai Internet IoT botnet that we discussed before, Knickers and Gamut that is responsible for 97% of spams is another example of botnets. There are three kinds of botnets. There's certain centralized, which is a server that controls many bots. And so this is the bot master, and it controls the server, and the server controls these bots. So if you kill the bot master or kill the server, then you kill the whole botnet. So this is easier to attack. And then there is peer-to-peer, which is harder to attack because you have the bot master and you have redundancy. So if you cut this link, you don't have a server that attacks everything. And it's very hard to identify the bot master. And then you have a hybrid botnet. So you have this. So here, this maybe just controls two more. This controls multiple. So if you cut as many links, still doesn't stop the botnet. It may hurt it a little bit, but doesn't kill it. But here, if you attack the server, then you kill the botnet. Physical manipulation and damage, theft, loss. This is number 11. And the most prevalent type of corporate fraud for the last 10 years, storage encryption would suffice to mitigate major risks of physical attacks. Consumers care more about lost data rather than lost devices. So when a person loses a jump drive, they don't care about that jump drive or thumb drive. They care about the data inside it, which could be very valuable to them or very valuable to the organization, or even if they have copies of that, access of somebody who's unauthorized to access such files in a jump drive can have negative impact. IoT device losses count for around half of all breaches. ATM drilling, card skimming, these are other ways for theft and loss. Information leakage is number 12. Not an attack, but unsecured data, 70% unintended disclosures. Leak incident is that it happens from the inside out. Breach occurs the other way around from the outside. So in 2017, Strava heat map is an example of information leakage. It is a personal fitness tracker, Fitbit, and what happened is that this Strava heat map, which is they published a map of the world of users that use this this software. And they published it in 2016, nobody noticed. In 2017, they published it with much higher resolution. And then a master student in Australia discovered something, is that, well, this personal fitness app is used a lot. You see it shining here and here. So it's used in these developed countries. But then when you zoom in, for example, in middle of Africa, you find some places that is so bright. If you zoom into Afghanistan, if you keep zooming, you're gonna find this map. And then what they discovered is that, well, actually the US soldiers and CIA contractors are using this Fitbit fitness app tracker, Fitbit, and they were generating also data that was used by this company. And therefore, with this picture here, this is Bagram Air Base in US base in Afghanistan. So you can know, because this is so bright, you can know how many soldiers are there. You can know that the running track. You can know the size of the base. And these can be secret bases, like in Africa, that not many people knew about them. And all of a sudden, because the personnel there who are vetted and secured, they were using this tracker. Now it became known to the world. Every US installation overseas, whether Army or CIA for intelligence, etc. And that happened for the US, happened for the UK and other countries that have overseas basis. So this is something that of course the army now forbids this two-way communication and any software that is not approved to be used by their personnel, so that to avoid these things. But the damage already done, that all these protected secrets became known through information leakage, and it wasn't an attack, it wasn't something intentional, but just happened. Number 13, ransomware. We heard a lot about this recently in the US. Malware that encrypts files or locks down a system until the target pays the actor in cryptocurrency to remove the restrictions. 20 billion was paid in 2020 for a ransomware, so it's profitable. 10 billion in 2019, 7 billion in 2018. So it's doubling. Half of businesses that paid did not get their data back, which is a big disappointment for them, because now not only they lost their data, but also they paid by cryptocurrency. 85% of all malware that affected healthcare organization was ransomware. 65% of the ransomware attacks were delivered via email and 35% via malicious URLs. 70% of the cybercrime incident targeting educational institutions were ransomware. Some examples: Eternal Blue leaked NSA exploit led to ransomware attacks in 2017. WannaCry and NotPetya last for a few days through this leaked exploit, NSA exploit, up to $4 billion loss worldwide from these two ransomware attacks, WannaCry and NotPetya in 2017. There is also a refinery that was attacked in the summer in the United States, and the US and the FBI recovered about 80% of that money that already was paid. So there is so much happening on this front of ransomware. Number 14, cyber espionage involves the use of a computer network to obtain confidential information. Typical targets are government, political, and commercial organizations. Typical actors are nation states and organizations. We hear a lot about APTs, advanced persistent threats. It's a collection of processes, tools, and resources used to infiltrate networks over a long period without detection. And these are APT groups, and they are numbered here that the US talks about and publishes. And these are so many of them are based in China. These are state sponsored. 2, 28, and 29 are in Russia, and these have other name like Blue Bear or something like that. Vietnam also has a group, etc. And cyber espionage also creates a cyber warfare, like Stuxnet in 2010 against nuclear plant in Iran that Israel and the US were blamed for it. Industroyer in 2016 against electric grid in Ukraine that Russia was blamed for it. Triton in 2017 against power plant in Saudi Arabia that Iran was blamed for it. 2016 US elections, Democratic National Committee server was breached and data from the candidate Hillary Clinton was dumped to the internet and exposed, and that may have affected her ability to become the 45th president of the United States. Facebook bought fake accounts, fake news. All Russia was blamed for all these things. In 2020, SolarWind, U.S. federal government, again, Russia was blamed for it. And so a lot of U.S. government entities and organizations were infiltrated, and the breach remained undiscovered for like 8 months or so. So there's a lot happening in the cyber world between countries as war, but we don't see it because there aren't many explosions or there aren't many scenes. But the war is going on. Cyber in number 15 is cryptojacking, unauthorized use of victims' device processing power to mine cryptocurrencies. so crypto mining, such as Bitcoin, Monero, replacing ransomware. So, and almost 500,000 victims per month. Affected organizations may notice higher IT costs because their resources are being used more. Degraded computer components because they are being used more. Increased electricity consumption, reduced employee productivity caused by slower workstations. In 2018, small Monero mining botnet infected close to 1 million Windows machines, mined close to $4 million in Monero currency. And number 16, exploit kits. It was in the top 15, but then it left the list with cryptojacking becoming more of a threat. It's a collection of ready-made exploit, usually planted in compromised website or used in malvertising campaigns. Common targets: Java and Adobe Flash add-ons. Ranked fourth in 2012, increased in rank constantly until it exited the top 15 list in 2018. Eternal Blue is a leaked NSA exploit led to ransomware attacks in 2017, as we talked about as WannaCry, botnet and ransomware. So again, to the ranking, this is the ranking that we talked about. It changes, but in 2020, the latest ranking of these is here. And we went through each one of them. So recommendations: cybersecurity awareness, IoT and security updates. You have more and more users of IoT devices, including little kids or much older people who are not used to technology. And so we need to have more cybersecurity awareness so that they understand that their devices could be targeted remotely. And the concept of being targeted remotely, it's hard to understand by younger generation and much older generation because they don't see it. So if you don't see it, it doesn't happen. Implementation of security during development, so built in instead of bolt in. Analyze complexity and maturity of threats, data analytics for mitigation, and increase in cyber threat intelligence capabilities and training, and currently limited and lagging behind threats. So that ends my talk, and this is time for a question and answer.
Participants, any questions? You can post your questions in the chat box.
Sudha, please you check any questions is there in the chat box.
No, ma'am. Checking.
Okay. Otherwise, you have mail ID of guest, no? If anyone later on they will point out or they express their views, means even we can interact, they themselves can interact.
Yes, ma'am. Participants, do you have any queries?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
I see Anand has his hand on.
Sir,
Sir, one query in the chat box. The question is, we are having 14 psycho cryptocurrencies, whether we can use all or any specific to use.
We are having 14 cryptocurrencies, whether we can use all or any specific to use. Well, yeah, with cryptocurrency, it's like investing in the stock market. So, so Bitcoin like was worth $1 or less, and now it's worth like 30,000 or 50,000. So when you hear that, you wish you had all your money in Bitcoin 10 years ago. But at the same time, other cryptocurrencies didn't grow. So are you gonna buy Bitcoin now at 30,000, or are you gonna go buy something else, or are you gonna even invest there? So it's like the stock market. Some people buy stocks and they get richer. Some people buy stock and they just lose their money. So it's there are things that people talk about, but again, is it something worth to invest in and invest time and energy in? I don't know, but it is if you are doing crypto mining, then you get them for free. If you are doing crypto jacking, which is illegal, of course, they are attacking machines and using the people's machines for crypto mining. And the excitement there that they are not paying money, but they are solving some problems to get these cryptocurrencies for free, because you solve some mathematical problems using computational power, and then once you solve it, you get that's what the Bitcoin is. That's what the cryptocurrency is. And so how do we get the ranking of these latest cyber threats? That's another question. The ranking you can get from my paper, or if you can go to ENISA website, you can get it from there.
Any other questions from participants?
One more question is posted in chat box. Okay.
Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and grace your conference with your presence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So I'm just trying to write a website, and okay, now it's.
Sir, please visit our college.
Thank you. Thank you.
Humble request from the management and all the participants.
Thank you.
Please grace with your presence.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, please send feedback to us, sir.
Feedback about what?
In general, first your article, please send your article, then in general, any suggestions, anything you can send.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Departments are conducting first time in this, they're using this virtual platform, international conference. You are accepted our invitation. It's a great honor for us. In general, what you feel, what you want to suggest to us, please send the free.
Well, I think it's great that that the conference started on time. It's great that there are like many dozens of participants, like now more than like close to 80 participants. and it's great that you are following the rules to protect against COVID, and by not bringing everybody to a room like we are used to 2 years ago. And I'm sure that your college is successful, and having international conference is hard to organize, but also it gives nice publicity to the program. And like, if you did not invite me, I wouldn't have known about your college. And so so that's the flow of information, of cultures, and that's great thing. So Zoom is working fine, the conference is going through well, so congratulations. This is a great event.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sudha. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sumati. Go ahead with the other proceedings.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Welcome, sir.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, Sairam, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now it's a time to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Sairam Sampath Kumar. Sairam is a working student in the field of energy storage engineering and responsible in solving problems and design of system, working with TMH to develop humidity monitoring solutions and build control strategies for voltage and reactive power control. He designed 10 plus electrical substations to upgrade in protection and control systems and connect it to a SCADA systems. He published paper in International Journal of Control and Automation in 2020. He served as a students chairperson of the department and head organizer of national level symposium of EEE department. He led a team of 45 plus students in organizing the electrical department symposium, attracting 500 and plus participants. Nominated for the best outgoing student of the electrical and electronics department. Because of the time constraint, we have mentioned only few, sir. Now I request keynote speaker to address the gathering. Sir.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome here. First of all, I would like to thank you for this opportunity, and then it really feels great to be present here as a keynote speaker. Yes, I'll go ahead and start my presentation. Yes. So everybody is able to see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. So good morning once again to everybody who is there for my presentation today, and then who is there for this conference today. That's something great that all the students should do, because that's how we learn, by publishing a lot of papers, by publishing a lot of research work. And having said that, so the entire world today is moving towards renewable energy technologies and then new kinds of mobility. So I also wanted to talk about them in a brief way, that so that we understand a lot about it. So today's topic will be electrical vehicles, and then I'm going to present about the technology and trends that is there in the electric vehicle area. So a quick overview about who am I. So already the host made a good introduction about me. Still, I would like to give a small pointers about me. I am from Chennai. That's how I did my master's at Technical University of Munich in Germany. Before that, I had work of 3 years experience at electrical designer at Tata Consultancy Services. And then I am also currently working as an energy storage engineer at the Mobility House in Germany. So this is a small overview about my profile. So today's topic is going to be, we are going to discuss what is an electric vehicle, and then we are going to see a bit of history about the electric vehicles, and then we are going to see what is the different parts and operation, and then various technologies, various possibilities of electric mobilities. And then as a scientist or as an engineer, it's very essential for us to put the hat of a sustainability scientist and say whether a new technology is sustainable or not. So that's one of the important focus these days, because when the diesel engine vehicles and petrol engine vehicles came long back, we really failed to analyze the sustainability. That time the fuel prices were cheap and technology to make that efficient was very good, but we did not consider the future. We did not consider the harmful effects that will create on the future generation. So we do not honestly want to repeat the same mistake, even though electrical vehicles sound very sustainable. So I would like to drive you through the sustainability as well. And then also we would talk about what is the skill set to gain, and then the job opportunities, and then business opportunities in this particular area. So what's an electric vehicle? Electric vehicle is nothing but something that is powered by electricity instead of petrol or diesel, and it's driven by an electric motor as opposed to conventional IC engines. So let's take a quick differences between an electric vehicle and an IC engine vehicle. So electric vehicles run with an electric motor, and the energy storage, if you see in the IC engine vehicle, it's a fuel tank, whereas in electric vehicles, it's battery. And then the fuel that is going to drive is electricity in electric vehicles, whereas in the IC engine vehicles, it's going to be either petrol or diesel. So this is the stark difference between an electric vehicle and IC engine vehicle. So let us take a quick look at advantages. So one of the main advantages is that you don't have big power transmission system. There is no gearbox. It's easily controllable. And then the starting torque of the vehicle is very high, so that you can pull high loads very easily when it's starting. And it can be very well integrated with other technologies. That is something key feature that makes electric vehicles unique in the market. Apart from being sustainable or apart from being eco-friendly, the ability for it to integrate with other technologies make it really unique, and then make it more marketable. And then it also has very lower carbon footprint. So these are one of the advantages for the electric vehicles. So if you see a quick comparison, left side you see is an engine. It's so complex. It's a lot of moving parts and then tightly packed, and engineering really should be very complex for that. Whereas on the right, if you see, there is almost empty space. Nearly 80% or 85% of the space in an electric car is empty. So this is something that is really achievable with an electric vehicle. So you have very less complexity and then very high space. So if you take a look at history, 1828 was the first year where first electric motor was developed. And then there was a proof of concept for electric vehicle as well. And in the year 1834, there was one electric car was built that can run a very small truck. And then during the 1859, something revolutionary happened. That is the first lead acid battery started, and the production started in 1881. So linking all these events, So we call 1881 to 1920s a golden age because the electric vehicles were growing, and then the first rechargeable electric car was in the market. And then one of the first successful electric vehicles were called as Electrobat. And then there were electric taxi concepts. And also the electric motor was used to start the gasoline engines as well. So there was a good development in the electric motors as well. But at the same time, if you see the graph on the right, when there is a technology that grows and grows and grows, when it is innovative and something is new, and then there is a point where it comes down, and then it should survive that phase. If there is no longer market for that phase, if it's not innovating much enough, then it's going to really fail in the market. And that's what unfortunately happened with the electric vehicles, because they were IC engine based vehicles like Model T Ford, which was exceptionally better because it used basically oil to run the run the vehicles. And then that time it was more affordable, more reliable. So it was very successful compared to the electric cars. Same time, we lack the battery technology. The problem that we are facing right now is the battery capacity, and the challenge is to reduce the size of the battery and then increase the mileage. It's also one of the challenges that we faced that day as well. So it was one of the reasons that pushed electric vehicles completely down and throw out of the market. And one more reason was lack of charging infrastructure. So these are the points that happened during this golden age, and then we understood that it was not that successful in the market. However, the hype it created was very good, and then the people genuinely showed interest in this particular area. For example, there was a grand transcontinental electric race on 1968. It was California Institute of Technology versus Massachusetts Institute of Technology. They both need to build a car, and then each other should drive to each other's destination, and everything is electric. And then the California Technologies car won that race. So this is also something that interesting happened in 1968. So this all tells us that electric vehicles are really not new to the market. In fact, it is very, very old. That's something we need to understand it very well. And then it is also essential to understand why it failed, because of the charging, because of the charging infrastructure, because of lack of innovations. And then we should make sure that we don't repeat the same things here. So let's go something bit technical. Let's understand how an electric vehicle looks like from inside, and then what is the various parts, and how does it work, and all this stuff. So basically, we have a power converter and a battery bank, which is converted to the power converter, which is in turn connected to the onboard charger and the motor driver. So when you charge electric car, the electricity travels through the power converter and charger, and then it stores in the battery. Similarly, when you want to drive the electric vehicle from the battery through the power converter, the electricity is discharged and it's going to drive the motor. In some cases, there are combination of the motor and generator, that is the same machine that acts both as motor and generator, so that during braking, we can take some energy and put it in the battery again. So this is called as regenerative braking. So this is how basically an electric vehicle works. And so this shows the schematic diagram of such a system. We have a main controller unit here, and then there is a system to maintain the battery life. So we call it battery management system. And then there are a lot of power converters. These are interconnected to each other. And then from the power converter, the motor is driven. And then we have auxiliary components. It could be a radio or a display or something like that. And then we have Internet of Things that is connected to the entire system. So these days, everybody wants everything to be very easy, very convenient. For example, if I have an electric car, I would like to have an app as well to open or to close the car. So everything now it's connected to the internet. So Internet of Things plays a major role in this area. And similarly, I have a charging terminal from which AC or DC supplies is put into the electric car, and then it's going to charge our batteries. So this shows that overall view about the electric vehicles. And this is really a bit technical, but still I want to brief you about what is the kind of technology that is there in the market. And we have a famous motor called permanent magnet synchronous reluctance machine. This is one of the popular machines that's used by, say, Tesla Model 3. So this is actually the combination of two different motors. That is one permanent magnet motor and then one reluctance motor. So in this way, we are able to get a very high efficiency, and we have excellent torque characteristics as well, and it's easily controllable. So this is something that makes companies like Tesla unique, because it is very, very efficient, it's very, very smooth, and it's highly controllable. And we also have another popular motor called BLDC motor. Full form is the brushless DC motor. So basically, we have permanent magnets, and then we have stator coils around it. And then you can imagine a rotor is actually a donkey that tries to catch this carrot, but it will never catch it because it's tight like this. Similarly, this rotor tries to catch the magnetic field produced by the stators, but it's not going to catch it, but it tries its best to align with else. So this is how a Bale DC motor works. And then this is also one of the innovative and destructive motors in the market. It's been quite a long time, and it has very high power density, very less noise, and then very low cost, and then good speed control. And the problem is the control of this kind of motor is a bit complex. We require some sensors to control that. Obviously, we have some methods to control without sensors as well. However, this should be made efficient as much as possible. This is ideal for low power applications. For example, electric bikes or electric scooters or electric bicycles or something like that. So all this kind of electric vehicles, this BLDC motor is widely preferred. And power electronics plays the major role. So to give a good idea, you can imagine these drivers or switches. It's basically it's going to do on-off operation at a very high frequency. So say within 1 second, it's going to do like 10,000, 20,000 times. So so this is achieved by a switch. So this is used for changing, say, DC voltage to other DC voltage. For example, if I'm connecting to a power supply of say 200 volts, and then but my car requires only 48 volt DC supply, then I need some ways to reduce the voltage. I have some circuits for that, that is called DC-DC circuits, DC-DC converters. And then the main component of the DC-DC converters, these switches. So there are two varieties of switches which are popular in the market. And one is called as IGBT, and then the other one is called as MOSFET. IGBT is preferred for very low frequency applications and high voltage applications, whereas it is just the opposite here. It is preferred for low voltage applications and very high frequency. So depending on the kind of application, you choose the switches. And various technology trends, and then we are talking about the energy storage now. And if you see, basically we have two things that is very popular in the market. One is lithium-ion battery and one is supercapacitor. So basically lithium-ion battery has a cathode material and anode material. When you charge it, the lithium ions from this cathode goes and joins here in the anode, graphite material. And similarly, when you discharge, exactly the opposite happens. So in this way, you are able to store and generate some electricity, because it's either going to release an electron or absorb an electron. This kind of batteries has very high weight power to weight ratio, which means that for very less weight, you get very good power capacity, and it's been very efficient. and also it's a bit smaller in size compared to say lead acid batteries. But there is a problem where I cannot use it if I want a very high current. High, say, if I'm starting a vehicle, say a big electric vehicle, and then I require a lot of power, a lot of current, because at the starting the torque is very, very high. Unfortunately, these lithium-ion batteries cannot do that. So I have supercapacitors for that. These are the devices that can produce an impulse of current and power at a very short period of time. So it can discharge very quickly and then charge in a considerable amount of time. And then it can be operated in more cycles as well. So these are the two famous energy storage technologies that we use still in the market, in the electric vehicles industry. And there is a lot of ways to, a lot of scope to really improve this. And something that is very important is embedded systems. So you have hardware for everything. So if you want to control or take some decisions, be it autonomous vehicles or be it a simple control of the door, automatic door control, and we require some hardwares to do that. And we have basically FPGA board offered by Intel Texas Instruments. The one you see on the right, it's like an embedded system with which you can play, you can do a coding, and then you can make it behave in however logic you wanted to do. Really, if you want to learn such boards, I would suggest you to start with a Raspberry Pi or Node MCU, which is absolutely for beginners. And similarly, some softwares that is used is MATLAB. MATLAB is the most powerful tool used by every automotive company for model-based developments. I'll talk a bit about model-based developments a little later. And then we have tools like Altium Eagle for design of electronics. And then C++ is something that is really important, for it also helps you to think logically. And then we have Python and R programming for artificial intelligence. So these are the four areas where we can focus a lot in software that is totally relevant to the electric vehicle industry. And let's go to the future trends and let's see how it's going to be in the market in the future. So if you see by 2030, we have a good growth. It is estimated to have 5 to 7 million vehicles in the market. And then there are a lot of initiatives, especially by the Indian government. For example, the recent launch of FAME 2 initiative can provide subsidies to the electric vehicle buyers by, say, tax exemption or something. So this is something that is interesting happening in India. And so let's also see what is various kind of electromobilities that is possible, because as we think, electric vehicles are not just electric cars. So what are the various electric mobility possibilities we have? So we have cars, obviously, we have bikes, we have bicycles. So we call this as well as a bike. And then we have a small kind of bike, which is very, very simple in construction. And we also, my parents are not working. Yeah. And we also have electric auto rickshaws. This is very, very popular in the market these days, especially in the northern part of India. As you can see, this kind of vehicles in the market very easily. And we have magnetic levitation trains. Basically, the trains we have already are all electric, if you observe. So that is also kind of electric vehicle, electromobility. And we have magnetic levitation trains, which works based on the magnetic principles rather than different principles that is used by electric vehicles. And something that is interesting happening in aerospace industry is that we have a company called Volocopter. It's a German company, And this company builds electric air taxi. The one you see on the left is actually an electric air taxi. This is launched in Dubai and it's highly successful. And this company is working closely with the German government to build policies so that in case if future some companies say, I'm also going to make an electric air taxi, then you have to follow certain rules and standards. So this is what they're doing currently, and they'll be very soon operating in the Germany region as well. And we have another company called eVTOL, which also builds electric flights that see on the bottom image. And on the right side, you can see a solar drone. This is something that is even more interesting because the technology has moved from building electric flights even to solar electric flights. So basically the solar electric flights has a solar panel over its wingspan, as you can see here, and it is powered by solar. And then ideally these flights or these drones are designed in such a way that it can run continuously as long as the sunlight is available. So that's the condition. And so during night time, it will be powered from the batteries it has inside, and then during the daytime, it will be charged. So ideally, there is a lot of research going on to build such high altitude, long endurance solar UAVs, unmanned aerial vehicles. So this is something that is there currently being researched in the market. This is for surveillance purpose or a defense purpose, and the one you see on the picture is something that is developed in Iran. So this is something that is happening in aerospace industry as well. And we have autonomous vehicles that is completely autonomous, used for delivery or used for transportation. We have autonomous cars, buses, taxis, local trains as well. And then for long distance, we have autonomous flights, as we saw before, and then autonomous buses, autonomous train. So the advantage, what you see for the electric vehicles is that it comes with autonomy. You can do a self-driving feature in those electric vehicles. That is a key differentiator that is making this technology a disruption in the market as compared to other vehicles like ICE engine vehicles, etc. And there is something new which is in the market proposed. This concept was proposed by founder and CEO of the SpaceX and Tesla, Elon Musk. So he introduced a concept called Hyperloop, where you have a vacuum chamber like this pipe, and then there is basically another kind of magnetic levitation train inside that vacuum chamber, so that you can achieve very, very high velocity. So the speeds of up to 1,200 km/h is achieved here. It's for ultra fast passenger and cargo transportation. So this is something that is futuristic, and then there are a lot of teams working on this. For example, there is a competition every year organized by SpaceX, that is the Elon Musk itself. So they encourage all the university and college students to participate and come up with a design. The university which I studied used to win every time. And then one of the popular teams in India is from IIT Madras. So IIT Madras is the college that really does very well in this area. And then they always win second or third position globally in this competition. So this is something we can observe and we can learn from our peers. And in the market, what kind of electric mobilities are available presently in India? We have startups like Ethers, Trom, EMFlex, Torque Motors, etc. And there are huge players like Tesla, Mahindra, Tata, and we have now Ola Electric in the market. It is going to, I believe, it's going to be a disruption because they have the largest charging network in the world, as they claim. And we have Neuro, which is a completely autonomous electric vehicle. Recently, it collaborated with the Domino's Pizza to autonomously deliver the pizzas. So this is something cool. So these are the kind of electromobility possibilities in the market. And then I would like to show during my bachelor's, we also built a solar electric car. So this is a car that is powered by solar panels and it can run directly from the solar electricity. And this is also the talk of the world today. And then we won one of the competitions called Electric Solar Vehicle Championship. That was Asia's largest solar racing championship during that time. So this kind of electromobility is also possible, a solar electric car. The problem is when you commercialize the area that we get to place the solar panels, it's very less. It's not sufficient to produce the required amount of energy for the vehicle. However, if we change the design, something like this, that's why the car is not looking like a car here. You may wonder what is this? It's really a car, but it is a car. Unfortunately, the design is a bit different because we require more space to keep these solar panels. So this is also a kind of electromobility that is possible. And coming to the most important topic, I would like to say and discuss about the sustainability of any technology. So what I mean by sustainability is that we should satisfy the needs of the current generation without affecting the needs of the future generation. Again, as I said, as engineers, as we are engineers and as we are scientists, we should analyze everything in terms of the sustainability and then take a wise decision. Some may be very appealing as they are, but they will not be when you perform the analysis. So analysis is simply made by considering the technical, environmental, economical, and social impacts. So how does the technology impact? Is technology good? Is technology bad? How does it impact the environment? How does it impact the economy? And then how does it impact the social life? So in this way, we can understand whether it's really good technology in the market or not, and it's good for the future or not. And then we also ideally find the CO2 emissions, and then we say, hey, see, the CO2 emissions is very high, so it's not sustainable. So something that the measure that we use to do that can link all these kind of different impacts is CO2 emissions. Before that, let's quickly see, if you see in the Europe and then in most of the other continents or other countries, if you see the energy and then the manufacturing and the household industries produce a lot of CO2. So, and then we have transportation as well. So these industries, especially manufacturing, energy, and transportation, are the main emission sources of CO2 emissions. So, and this is totally relevant to our electric vehicle industry. And if you see the the energy consumption, we have Asia and the Middle East countries consuming a lot of energy, and then in the future, and then we have industrial and transportation sectors to grow in the future. So the green and the blue area you see on the right graph. So by 2050, it's going to consume a lot of energy. Again, these industries are totally relevant to the electric vehicles. And if you see the renewable share that is in India, and then it's quite similar globally. We have by 2018, 74% of the total renewable energy, and then in the future, it's going to grow in a very high way. So the renewable share is going to considerably increase. Again, let's not jump into conclusions that if renewable is increasing, then it's going to be safe in the future. It's going to be sustainable, but it's not. We see why. And similarly, the CO2 predictions. If you see the CO2 and then there is a no climate policy, then by 2080 or 2090, it's going to increase by 4.1 to 4.8 degree Celsius. This may seem a very simple, small number, small increase, but trust me, if the world's temperature, average temperature is going to be increased by just 0.5 degrees Celsius, there is going to be a catastrophe in most of the places. And then with the current situation, say floods in Germany and European parts, you can see that what is the impact of the global greenhouse gases. So a 0.5 degrees Celsius can impact the world in a lot of ways, and then 4.1 or 4.8 nearly can devastate the entire planet, which is really dangerous. But fortunately, we are not letting it happen. So we have a lot of targets, and then with the current targets, it's going to be just 2.8 to 3.2. Still, it is dangerous. And then if we take right path, we can just bring it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So this is something that we are worrying about a lot. And so now we have the facts that this CO2 is likely to reduce, and then the transport and the energy industries are the major contributors, and then the renewable share is also likely to increase. So everything seems a plus point, but still I will not say it is sustainable. So if I ask, does it make it sustainable? I will say yes and no. So why do I say yes? If I say yes, that means that my CO2 emissions are reducing. My share of renewables is also increasing, and then I have a lot of problems with the stability. So during at the night, because during night times the load drops, many people don't use much of electricity, and then that's a really a big challenge for the electric grid operators. Now, but I have an option to connect my electric vehicles to the grid during the night time, and then I can charge my electric vehicles. So as opposed to generally people think that EV is going to consume little more electricity than what it was consuming before. It is not true. If you use it for the EVs and then charge it during the night times, it's in fact going to help the grid to maintain its stability. So in this way, this is sustainable. But why it's not? The CO2 emissions are not the only measure. So when we say life cycle analysis, we have to do from the cradle to grave, that is from the resources to its end of life. And then we have problems of waste management. Recycling are something that is important to look at. And when there is a shift in industry, that means there is a shift in resources. So you stop using oil, you stop using petrol, but you are going to some other thing like lithium. So the resources and the raw materials may not be completely replenishable. So when there's a resource, it is not unlimited. We should not take it granted. It will end one day. So that is something that is important. And then these parameters affect the social and economic well-being. If you consider these parameters, the answer is no. So we have to find a way to manage the waste, recycle it or reuse it at least. And then since there is a shift in the resource, we should not rely on one particular resource as we were relying for so many years, say oil, petrol, diesel. So from lithium, we need to move to other battery chemistries so that it's made for the future. And then this is something that describes cycle of an electric vehicle. That is, you have the electricity grid here, and then we are charging the batteries, and then at the end of the cycle, and then from here we recycle it, and again some raw materials are added. It manufactures, and then again this is being cycled again and again. Now, if you see the problem here is at these two phases, the electricity phase and the recycle phase. The electricity is now being added with more renewable sources of energy. So the renewable energy sources are not really constant in time. They vary a lot, they fluctuate a lot. For example, solar totally depends on the solar irradiation and the temperature. And then the wind turbines also depend on the wind conditions. So there are a lot of factors that frequently change the power supply in the electricity grid. And at the end of the life cycle, if you see an electric vehicle, ideally after 70% of the battery's capacity, the electric vehicle's battery is ideally replaced, so it is not used because it's going to affect the mileage. So what do I do with those batteries? Do I recycle or do I reuse? And there is something that is interesting that connects this recycling part, the recycling phase, directly with the grid's phase. That solves both the problems, this and this. So what is that? That is, you have battery-based energy storage systems. So this is something that is very, very, very futuristic, and this is something that is unique and then first of its kind in the market. So we basically use the automotive batteries here. So these are the automotive batteries, that is from the cars, electric cars specifically. So all are very costly lithium-ion batteries, highly efficient batteries. These batteries are connected to the electricity grid. So when there is a very high demand, these batteries are going to provide electricity. And then when there is a very high supply, these batteries are going to charge themselves. So it charges and discharges and does energy trading. And then basically you buy at a very low price and you sell it at a very high price so that you make some profit. And so now the idea is, I have accumulated all the batteries in one place and I'm connecting to grid. But is that the only option? Can I do it in a different way? And then you have something called a vehicle to grid, the picture you want to see on left. Say if I want to connect my car to the charger and then leave it for 10 hours. Say I'm not going to be there for 10 hours. Let me connect to this charger and go. So now can I make this charger to behave exactly as this grid so that I can do some energy trading? Say thousands of cars are connected to this network. So this kind of technology is called as vehicle to grid. This is also very, very popular currently. And there are very few companies which does that. One of the companies is Mobility House, obviously. And so with the current growth in the electric vehicles market, vehicle to grid and energy trading with automotive batteries is really the future. Because if you see, I have a supply demand problem in my renewables source of energy. Same time, I need to reuse my battery. So this is something that connects both the phases, and then it ends both the problems as well. So this is something very, very futuristic, very, very sustainable. These factors really make it say that electric vehicles are very, very, very sustainable as compared to ICE engine vehicles. And I would like to talk about various skill sets to gain in this 21st century so that we are relevant to this particular industry, and if we are interested to work in this industry. We have machine learning and Python, machine learning and artificial intelligence with tools like Python, R, and then we have also data analytics, that is for the software side. For example, if I want to build an autonomous car, these are something very important. And then I have MATLAB for modeling, and I have image and video processing with MATLAB, and with Python R I can do. For example, autonomous vehicles will have to do image or video processing in order to take some decisions. So that is done by Python or machine learning, artificial intelligence, and MATLAB as well. And we covered this earlier. And then we have clouds platforms as well, like IBM Watson and PubNub, etc. So these provide a cloud framework to store energy, process some data. And we have electric CAD. Because it's an electric car, we require to do a lot of CAD, computer-aided design in electric area. And then we have softwares like EMWorks for machine design, electromechanical machine design. These are the various softwares that is very, very relevant for the electric vehicles. And some hardwares, already we covered this, FPGA, Raspberry Pi, and then these boards can also be integrated with MATLAB. And if you see now, so science is something you study about the laws of the nature, and then you try to understand how the nature behaves, and then explain it in form of theories or in laws or whatever. And then when you use these theories or laws, and then when you build something that it is an application, that you call it engineering. So what to really focus? Should I focus on the science, or should I focus on the application, that is engineering, or should I focus on both? This is something important. And if you see the sciences and mathematics to focus, we have control systems, we have linear control systems, advanced control, and non-linear control methods to control any system. Basically, it uses linear algebra, differential equations, and calculus in the ways that is more intuitive rather than mathematics. And we have electric machines and electromagnetic theories. We have power electronics, drives and applications. We have data science, which is purely mathematics, statistics, and various algorithms. And something that is important is physics, because most of the electric vehicles sciences, the back that science is the physics. So physics, especially the dynamics part, is very, very important. And at the application level, you have again the power electronics and drives. You have some embedded systems, embedded controls to make sure there is some hardware to make the car run. For example, if you press the accelerator, the car should move forward. So there should be hardware to do that. And then when you turn on the light should turn on. So for that, I need some embedded systems. And then to make sure that all this kind of process happens, correctly, there should be a master controller controlling everything. And then if you integrate, say, autonomous vehicle feature, then you need to have a computer or an embedded system that does that. So basically, embedded system is everything. You make sure that you apply all these sciences inside embedded system. So basically, embedded system is something that is going to perform these sciences in real time, perform this calculation or mathematics in real time. And we have microcontroller programming and then MATLAB, obviously. So it's a combination of both science and application. And I would like to talk a bit about vehicle dynamics and controls. So basically, if you see a car, there is a friction acting on this, and then there is a driving force that pulls the car, or you can say pushes the car forward. And then because of the friction, because of the gravity, we have some forces. We have some friction force, and then when we apply brake, there is a braking force as well. And also we have the flow of air, so that opposes this motion, that is called aerodynamic force. And then we accelerate the car, which creates an acceleration force. So basically, these both are same. It could be opposite also. And basically what we do is that we calculate the torque, the power, the energy that is required for this car, and then the model electric vehicle in MATLAB. So every part is actually converted into the mathematical model, because if I have a tire, if I have a body like this, and then it means that I can model this particular car in mathematical form. So I do in MATLAB. So I basically mathematically model the entire car and simulate whether it works in a way I want. Then only I'm going to build a car. That's what is about modeling in MATLAB. So that makes MATLAB a very powerful tool. And once I know what is the power and what is the energy required, then I go for the sizing of the electric vehicles. I decide my battery, I decide my motor, etc. So this is the flow chart that shows that when I calculate forces, and then I choose the motors, battery types, and then I model them in the MATLAB. So my objective is to optimize the battery, optimize the control, improve the range, and then get very high charging speed. So in this way, I have to design the system. And so since it is an electric car, most of the electric engineers are responsible for the controls of the vehicle because most of the components are electric. And then control systems is one of the classic subjects that electric engineers study. And then in foreign mechanical engineers also study that. And then most of the theories are applied to control and model various electric vehicles. And so, for example, the control of the steering, control of the speed and motors, and then monitoring of every subsystem. And then we have, that is model-based controls, which I told before. And then we also have aerodynamic, suspension, or etc. So these are the areas which we would like to control, and that is done by the control system. So if you see the model-based control, basically what happens is that we have the actual plant, that is actual car, that has some form of input and some form of output. Say, for acceleration, I have the acceleration, that is the input, and then my pedal. And then I have the output as, say, some set point for the motor so that the motor becomes more faster. And now what I do is that I build this plant, a replica of this plant exactly here. And then I give some reference inputs and I get some outputs. And then I compare this output with the real-time output. And then based on the errors, I build a controller that can correct this plant. For example, if I press the accelerator button for 5 seconds, pedal for 5 seconds, then my car should reach in, say in 5 seconds, a 60 km/h speed. I'm measuring the speed here. So this is something that I get from this plant model. I know that for this particular input, then the ideal output should be 60. But in real time, say I'm getting only 50. So there is an error of 10. So this controller will make sure to boost the input in such a way that it reaches 60. And then there is a balance between the input and output. And this plant behaves like a plant that is modeled by us. So this is something called as model-based control. Ideally, we take the actual plant, model it completely with the mathematics. Then we know what is the ideal input, what is the ideal output. We compare with the real-time output, and we design a controller in such a way that it controls the actual plant to achieve that. So this is something that is very, very important because this mostly requires tool knowledge, say MATLAB, and then it doesn't require much of a scientific knowledge. So anybody can do this easily. That's the point of this. And what are the various job prospects that we have? So engineers and also some scientists, yes, they can work on the MATLAB modeling, simulation, battery management systems, electrical machine design, and then embedded systems, vehicle dynamics, and software, and all this stuff. So battery management system also plays a vital role because it's going to monitor the battery. If you see, a battery should operate at an ideal temperature for very high efficiency. So the battery management system will make sure the temperature is right. It doesn't discharge so much of current, or it makes sure that it protects electrically as well as thermally. And also it also does algorithms for charging and discharging the battery so that the life is very, very high. So these are some of the courses that really helps you to build some intuition in the areas of science and engineering that is relevant to the electric vehicles. So you have electric vehicles courses by NPTEL and SWAYAM, and there is a MATLAB course by MathWorks, and then subject-specific courses are obviously there in these sites like NPTEL, Coursera, Udemy, and there is robotics and machine learning courses at IIT Madras by Lema Labs. And you always have an option to do a master's And then you have really good YouTube channels that is very, very interesting, like 3 Blue, 1 Brown, Khan Academy, Brian Douglas. These are the YouTube channels. They teach you the controls, they teach you the mathematics in the way you would have never studied. So it's more intuitive, something that is very, very interesting. These are the areas students or researchers can really look into, and especially these YouTube channels do a phenomenal work. So they mostly talk about the mathematics, like linear algebra, but not in a calculation way, as we all learn during our engineering. We just apply formulas and solve the problems, but we never really understood how to imagine it, how to visualize it. So that is what they teach you. And finally, what is the business opportunity I have? Because we really sometimes don't want to be a technical guy, right? We want to solve real-time problems by maybe running our own a company. So that is something done. Uh, so we have software solutions. We can build charging infrastructures. We can focus on the batteries. We can focus on integrating renewable energy technologies in charging. Say we can place a solar panel here, and we have solar panels, battery manufacturing. We can also become a dealer and then do marketing for battery swapping and electric vehicles. And as I mentioned, energy storage and energy trading is something that is very, very futuristic. So these are the various business opportunities that are available in the electric vehicle industry. So with that, I would like to end my presentation for the day, and then I would like to thank you for this opportunities. If there are any questions, I'm really open to help. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a really very nice presentation, sir. Participants, you can post your
Thank you.
query in the chat box, or you can unmute your audio and
Thank you, Sairam Sampath Kumar. It's really
Thank you.
nice, informative message. We are not belongs to IT field, even though it is very easy to know the things.
Yeah.
Nice presentation. Please send message and please interact with us, guide with your knowledge.
Yeah.
Welcome
Definitely,
to our
definitely.
college anytime.
Definitely.
We are
Thank
happy
you.
to
Thank you.
hear about such, I mean, we are organizing such conferences. Happy to hear about the informations from subject experts.
Thank you.
Nice to acceptance, and thank you for your invitation. I mean, accepting invitation and participation.
Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of all management and members of the college, colleagues, we wish you all the best for your future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really, that was a good opportunity. I would love to do such also in the future, and then share all the experience and knowledge I have gained so far. Even I am learning. Everybody is learning. So let's. I really appreciate this kind of conferences, because that's where we learn from each other, and then we because everybody is a learner really, and this kind of opportunities really help the motivated students to learn more. Again, thank you for conducting such conferences. That's really good. And then thank you for inviting us me as well. That's a good opportunity for me.
Knowledge sharing is need for our this is entirely. Zoom is really helping us. Need not to worry to conduct and run behind the screen and all. Aram se we can sit at one place, and we can learn things easily.
Yeah, right.
Then in your topic, you quoted no law of nature. It's
Yes.
very, very essential, and I'm happy for that. As a science student, you are quoting in general.
Yes. Thank you.
Sudha.
Thanks for accepting the invitation.
Thank you. Thank you. I
And
hope it
your
was
presentation
useful.
was really awesome, and it is very user friendly.
Thank you.
Looking young also.
I'm infecting.
Compliments.
Thank you. Okay,
Radhika,
so if there are any questions, I will ready to take it up.
Sir, send feedback, no?
Sorry, please come again.
Please send feedback, okay?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So we can make it as record.
Yeah, definitely. Sure.
Hi, sir. Shall I ask one question?
Yes, hi,
Yes.
hello. Yes, please.
Is there any specific battery which is not suitable for electric vehicles?
Which is not suitable for electric vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. So ideally, almost all the batteries that are not suitable for the electric vehicles, because for electric vehicles, we ideally want something that is chargeable. So you don't have option to use the non-rechargeable batteries. So that option is ruled out. And when you come to chargeable batteries, we want something that is very, very lightweight and then provide more power. So we have something like lithium ion batteries in the market that is widely preferred. So that narrows down our opportunities or views to only just one particular battery, and almost all kind of other batteries cannot be really used, because it could be costly, and then it could not be economical, or it going to store or a lot of space and then have more weight. So for our electric vehicles, we want a lightweight batteries, and then which can produce more power. Yeah.
Okay,
So
sir.
lithium ion battery is something that is the only option we have. There is a lot of research going on in lithium ion batteries. Lithium ion batteries has a lot of topologies, a lot of chemicals. So depending on that, yeah, we have a considerable amount of options.
So one question: why
Yes.
electric cars fail in India?
That's a good question, but really we cannot say if it's a failure or if it's a circus, because it's so early. This is the phase where we are seeing the growth of the electric vehicles, and so with this time period, we cannot say that electric cars has really failed in India as in US, because in US we really saw that happening. We saw the electric vehicles come into the market, and then they were not able to sustain and in the 1800s itself, and then now it's coming back. But that was not the situation for India. But it could lead to a failure, and then the chances are pretty high, provided we don't have good charging infrastructure. So charging infrastructure is something very, very important for any country, and if we don't address that problem, then there could be a big problem. The electric vehicles can really go down, because so the common people who wanted to buy an electric vehicle, their main problem is cost. And then the other problem they are fearing about is lack of charging infrastructure. So I have, say, 10 fuel pumps near me, but I do not have even one electric charging station. So why should I buy an electric vehicle? So as a normal, a common person, so they don't think about sustainability, or they don't think about the economic goals or climate goals as we think. So that is something that is a common problem that needs to be really addressed. And government also should take a lot of initiatives. Luckily they are taking like FAME 2 and FAME, they have a lot of initiatives. that can really help the electric vehicles to boost in the market. They provide a lot of subsidies, etc. So in that way, it is going to be helpful. But to specific answer questions to specific, they should really cut down the taxes. They recently did it. They should cut down the import duties to boost the electric vehicles in the market. So this is something they should do. But at the same time, they should make sure that by doing this, it should not affect the other market, because that is also a good contributor to the economy. So we are in a situation where everything is getting started, and companies like Ola Electric, they are making a disruption in the market. They announce, they claim themselves to be the largest charging network, two-wheeler charging network in the world. Once they launch, they have a lot of electric bikes that are launching in the market. So that is something disruptive in the market. So if those kind of disruptive players, they are exactly doing the Tesla model in India for the electric bike. So if those kind of companies really disrupt the market, then electric vehicles for sure will become successful even in India, and so there will be no option for the failure. So the main focus is to build the charging infrastructure, make sure to improve the batteries, battery life, and then the mileage of the electric vehicles, and then obviously the cost of the electric vehicles. Then it has a very good future.
Thank you, sir. Any queries? Participants?
Yes, that's a very good question. So the question is, if I'm using IoT car, can cars be hacked? Can cars computer be hacked? If yes, can I secure my smart car? Okay, basically the question is that if I'm using a car which is connected to the internet, that is through Internet of Things, can it be hacked? So security is a problem. Yes. So one of the important areas to focus is security as well, because nowadays everything is connected to the internet, from your mobile phone to the apps you use, and now the cars as well. So when something is connected to internet, we have to make sure that we have to bring the right amount of security to it, doing proper say encryptions, and then making sure that we follow a lot of security standards when we communicate them. There are really a lot of issues related to the security, but if an infrastructure is built in such a way that it has good number of encryptions, then really it is not possible to hack an electric car. However, if there are skilled hackers which they wanted to target and do something, they can do it. That's really not a difficult task. So we have to build electric cars in such a way that it is robust to hacking. It is because it is something that is connected to the Internet of Things. Fortunately, most of the cloud services are very well secured. For example, there is a concept of uh, algorithms that can encrypt your data, and then say, for example, if it uses 128 bits to encrypt, then it means that nearly it's going to take 10 to the power of 24 years to crack a code. If you the fastest computer we have today. So really, it's impossible to find and predict such keys that we used for encryption. And at the same time, we are in the phase where we have quantum computers and then atomic physics that is growing. So atomic physics is something that is disruptive and new kind of technology that works totally different from our traditional computers. That is way too fast. If we have them, there is a chance of cracking that, this kind of thing. So we have to make sure that the encryption is stronger as the day as we sail the sea today. Yeah. So this is something very important. That's a good question as well.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Yeah, we can charge the electric car in the rain. The electric cars are mostly waterproof. The chargers are also waterproof. We can even ride an electric car in the area that is filled with water easily as compared to an ICE engine vehicle, because if ICE engine vehicle, if it goes in the water, the petrol or diesel engine, if it reaches the water surface level to the height of the diesel engine, then there is a chance that the engine will stop working. But for electric vehicles, it is considerably protected, but it cannot guarantee 100% protection, but it is considerably protected. So even in water, you can take car. It's not going to affect it. Yeah, this is something that is relevant to geography and then the traffic situations in India. Yes, so yes, it is possible.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Okay. Oh, yes, we can install. There are a lot of companies that provide you electric vehicle chargers that you can install in the home. And for example, Tesla does that, and then Ola Electric does that. And then there are private players which also design and develop chargers, and then they sell you. You can buy them and place it in home. Yes, it is possible. Mostly it is provided by the electric vehicle manufacturer itself. If you don't get one, you can also always buy from a third party. But the problem is, if you use the chargers that they provide, that is in the charging stations, you can expect fast charging. And when you use something in home, since you do not have very high electricity supply, you have a normal 230 volts and then 10 amp socket, so that will result in a very slow charging. But if that is fine for you, definitely you can use it. It's not a problem.
Any questions, participants?
Mm.
I think,
Yeah, this is a very nice question. Already we are in short of electricity. We are facing shutdowns that too during summer. Yes, correct. Yeah. So the reason behind the recent shutdown in India was the electricity demand uh, is was surprisingly very high and highest of the all the time so far. So that is something that is exceptional and never happened before, and that's why we face a lot of electricity shortages and shutdowns all over the India. And this is something that is a unique problem. And same time, as I said before, during the night times, the demand, the supply is very high and demand is very low. So we have a lot of grid stability problems. So we may think that when you have a good amount of supply, it is stable. And when we have very high demand, it is unstable, but it's not the case. As in economics, we have to balance the supply and demand. Same way in the electricity, we have to balance the supply and demand. If anything or the other becomes excess or it goes down, then there is always a problem. So during the night time, since the demand is low, we can charge our electric vehicles. For electric vehicles, when it is running, it's not going to be charged. So it's just going to use the electricity that is stored in the battery. So during night times, we can charge. That can even help the grid to stabilize. And during the daytime, if we charge, it's really a serious problem, because we may have the electricity problems, but if we are making sure that we are integrating with the renewable energy technologies, then we have more energy installed, then that can address these problems as well. And the other perspective is that so when you install a solar power plant or a renewable energy power plant, you are not going to demolish any conventional power plant that runs, say, on the coal thermal power plants. So still that is going to be there, and that's not going to be obsolete. So the energy, when something is increasing, then it's not going to compensate the other and maintain at the same way. So it's going to so that this kind of idea will make sure that the supply or the capacity will keep on increasing, And if you see the statistics, the rise of the electric vehicles is actually going to be synchronous with the rise of the grid, that is the capacity, the electricity capacity. So that's not going to be really a problem. We should be worried when the rise of the electric vehicles is like 3 or 4 times than the growth of the electricity grid. Then it's a serious problem. Then we need to address. So the ideal solution, and that is also a possible solution, that most likely everybody will do, is charging at the night time, and then it's going to hide the electricity grid and not put that into burden.
Any questions?
Why electric cars so expensive?
Yeah, so the reason why electric cars are expensive is that we have the batteries. So the batteries, lithium ion batteries, that makes the electric vehicle very costly. So battery is something that needs to be very cheaper, because we are using the lithium ion batteries, and lithium is best costly in the market. And then the process involved to make a lithium ion battery is a bit complex and it's costly. And then we have a lot of production machineries that is required to do that. So and then we require highly skilled labor to do that. So in those ways, lithium ion batteries are very costly in the market. And we have many countries like US of now facing some shortages in the lithium. So these are the problems that makes them very costly. So the one of the costliest component in electric vehicle is the storage. So that is something that is contrasting with the IC engine vehicle as well, because IC engine vehicle right now the petrol prices and diesel prices are very high. But if you see in general, the energy storage and then the components that is used to store the energy, it's very cheap as compared to the energy storage device that is used in the electric vehicle. Almost 40 to 50% of the cost is for the energy storage, that is the battery. So that makes it very costly. But I strongly believe that there will be new battery chemistries that is coming in the future, and then that will make them really cheaper. If that is done, then we are really then you can see the electric vehicles that is very cheap as compared to the conventional IC engine vehicles. Also, again, there is a problem of the supply and demand. If it is not very well balanced, then it's going to increase the cost in some the other way. So as many people start buying, and then there is a trust in the market, then we can expect more production and then more incentives from the government. And then reduce the taxes from the government. Then these all factors will considerably reduce the cost of the electric vehicles.
What is the lifespan of electric car battery, sir?
Yeah, so typically any lithium ion battery, it ranges for 25 years. So that is the lifespan for the electric vehicles as well. So it should range from 20 to 25 years. And then depending on how you use it, also you can slightly optimize, or it can worsen the effect also.
Thank you very much, sir. Really, you have answered all the queries. You have very patience and clarified everyone's doubts, I think. Almost your presentation itself is very neat and clear. Thank you once again, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Participants, kindly fill your feedback link, which is posted in the chat box.
Yeah.
Sairam Sampath Kumar, sir. Please visit.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sure. I will do. Definitely, I will do.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Sairam, for participating in this event.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
attending
Sairam,
the
for
event.
participating.
Yeah, thank you.
Participants, kindly fill your feedback, which is posted in the chat box.
So a very warm welcome to Murugan sir. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, shall we start the session, sir?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We'll start, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Sudha? Sudha, thank you. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. The technical track 1 is going to start, ma'am.
Sudha, I will join later, ma. I have some
Yes,
work
ma'am.
to
Yes, ma'am.
complete.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for
No, all the
joining
best
with us.
for organizers. Please.
Yes,
proceed.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now we'll start the technical session.
Good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of our college and our departments, I am happy to introduce the resource person of Technical Session 1, Dr. A. Murugan sir. Sir completed his post-graduation in MSc Computer Science at Manoormaniam Sundarnar University. Sir secured University first rank and gold medalist in 1994. Sir completed his doctorate in PhD in Computer Science at University of Madras. Sir is working as an associate professor, head PG and Research Department of Computer Science in Dr. Ambedkar Government Arts College. Sir is having more than 27 years of teaching experience. Sir has published 5 books such as Dictionary of Computer Terms, a step-by-step approach, client-server computing, etc. Sir published 98 papers in international journal and conference publications and 17 national conference publications. Sir guided 8 MPhil students and 8 PhD students. Sir is an editorial board member of International Journal of Advanced Computer Science and Technology and International Journal of Statistics and Analysis in Research India publication. Sir is also a technical advisory and program committee member of various colleges. Sir has been the resource person and reviewer for many international conferences and also Board of Studies member in University of Madras, QMC, Guru Nanak College. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Then we'll start the session, ma'am.
Yes. Now I would like to call Dr. Jamperi sir and Sharada ma'am to present their papers.
Good morning, ma'am.
No. Ask hand over proceeding to chairperson,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Pandishwari. Hand over proceeding to the chairperson. Invite sir first. Murugan sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Sir is there.
Yeah, I'm in online only, ma'am.
Okay. You
So
start.
because I don't know who are all going to present their papers. That's what I asked them to.
No,
call
sir.
their
Sorry,
names.
sorry for inconvenience. Please.
Yes, ma'am.
You
Let the first.
start,
Let the first.
sir. We will send.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Sure. Let the first candidates to start.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good morning to everyone. Shall I present my paper?
Yeah, please. Yeah, you can
ma'am.
proceed. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, my name is B. Sharada. I am working as assistant professor in Department of Computer Science in KCS Kasinada College of Arts and Science. I am going to present a paper on a topic, a summary of research on blockchain. This paper was written by my co-staff, Dr. K. Jamberi, who is also working with me in the same college. So we all know about some basic of the blockchain. The blockchain is a growing collection of data. It is known as the blocks that are linked together via encryptions. So our data are linked together by encryptions so that the data will have some security. So blockchains are used in various industries, including banking, solutions, storage, and mentorship. And it utilizes the blockchain applications to capitalize on amazing array of features of this turn of events. To extend to the great extent, the blockchain is making a short fork. The blockchains has a predefined estimations for scoring the different transformations of the arrangement of encounters. And this paper is mainly to research the present status of the blockchain innovations. Next, introduction of the blockchain. So blockchain, it is a technology with the ability of revolutionize our business environment and will have a significant impact in the next decades. And it is a decentralized and distributed ledger systems. So it has the transparency, data security, integrity. Although the future of blockchain technology, it may also offer us more reliable and convenient services. For example, government-approved institutions and organization controls or all financial systems and decisions are decided by a limited number of board members. Even the behemoths like Google and Facebook, who service billions of papers, choose what we see on a regular basis. So all the data which we are seeing are stored in a ledger. So it will be usually we can get that data security, so we can avoid everyone should not see our data like that. And then nowadays the Bitcoin is a very trending concept. So the Bitcoin early development was hindered by its high volatility and many countries' perceptions of its complexity. But because of the advantage of the blockchain, Bitcoin's underlying technology attracted increasing attentions. So blockchain plays a major role in the Bitcoins. So before writing this paper, these are the literature reviews which have gone through, helpful for us to write this paper. So one is given by the Thomas Tencent, developed a theoretical perspective that blockchain technology has tremendous potential for solving data integrity problems, boosting transparency, improving security, preventing fraud, and creating trust and privacy. And another one is given by the Sneha CS and Ambly Jacob, who proposed that the government create comparable tools for this innovation and that effort should plan for glass square chain advancements, preventing it from having a significant impact on the existing framework. And next one is by the Min Exu, Sington Chen, and Gangu Ko provide this article summarize recent academic research on blockchain with a focus on business and economics. And this is the concept of the blockchain. So we can see it how it works. So the blockchain, we already seen that is a decentralized ledger. So first, someone requests transactions, then it goes to the network, and then it goes for the verification. The transaction is verified by the participants of the blockchain, and then it comes to the transactions is combined with the other transaction to create a new block of data for the ledger. And then finally, a new block is then added to the existing blockchain in a way that is permanent and unalterable. Then finally, the transaction is complete. So this is mainly for our encryptions, the blockchain is used. So the components are the decentralized, visible, autonomy, immutable. So decentralized means the data are relies on the centralized nodes. Instead of data can be recorded, stored, updated in a distributed manner. And next, visible means the data are transparent to each node, and it also transparent while updating data, which is why blockchain can be trusted. And the third component is autonomy. Because blockchain system is based on the consensus, any node on the network may transmit or update data securely. The goal is to establish confidence from a single individual to the whole system without depending on a third party. And immutable, any records which will be maintained forever will not be changed until more than 15% of the nodes have been taken simultaneously. And next topic is technology in business. So the blockchain, Internet of Things. So where and all we use the blockchains. So mainly in the Internet of Things. It's a network of linked computing devices, mechanical, digital equipments with unique identities that may send data over a network without requiring human to human or human to computer interactions. So these are done very automatically by the digital way. And it is used in insurance. So insurance is a new era of blockchain technology, and it is estimated that the business spends more than $2 billion on fraud and compliance each other. So this can be prevented using the blockchain. And then healthcare, in this also, we utilize the blockchain technology. In the medical industry, smart contracts may be used to maintain track of payers, providers, and medication manufacturers. And then entertainment, the use of blockchain in conjunction with the smart contracts allows for the transparent transfer of royalties in real time to all parties. Then the financial industry and blockchain technology. Blockchain is very useful for financial transaction institution, and it has the ability to address a variety of issues related to data, information, and also for money exchange. So here comes your Bitcoins. And finally, in conclusion of my paper, this article examines how the blockchain might promote open sciences as well as difficulties and benefits of doing so. And it examines how the blockchain might promote open sciences as well as difficulties and benefits of doing so. Finally, we suggest a number of interesting study avenues, understanding the process through which blockchain affects business, market efficiency in first major study directions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ms. Sarada.
Thank you, sir.
Are you doing any research on blockchain?
No, sir.
So, because this is something like a very fundamental paper.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I've given an introduction about the blockchain.
Yes, sir.
And have you registered PhD?
No, sir. This year only I'm trying for that, sir.
Okay. If you are really interested, even for the participants also, those who are interested on blockchain management system, concentrate on the security. Even you can concentrate on the Bitcoin of the blockchain ledgers, and even you can concentrate on the healthcare records also.
Okay, sir.
So there are many areas where we can concentrate on the blockchain management system.
Okay.
So you kindly concentrate and you try to identify some new algorithms or new innovative methods to put up some security or to manage the healthcare records.
Sure, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the valuable information, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, other participants, kindly I request you to present your PPT for 10 minutes so that I can raise up the questions for another 5 minutes, so we can complete for each and every candidate by 15 minutes. Is it right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll call the next candidate, ma'am.
Now I call upon Mr. K. Pradeep Kumar sir and Dr. A. Tirumurti Raja sir to present their papers.
Pratap Kumar, sir. Yes.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, all. I am Pratap Kumar. I am doing my research in Wells University at Pallavaram, Chennai. In my guide is Dr. A. Tirumurti Raja. He is also working in Vistas. In my paper is a review on technical challenges of cloud security. You know that excuse me?
Can you present your PPT, please?
Yeah, sir. I am presenting. So many problems or so many.
Sir, excuse us, sir. Your screen is not visible, sir. Kindly share your PPT, sir.
Host disabled participation screen participating. Host disabled participant screen
yes,
sharing.
Sir. Yes, sir. We will make you as co-host.
1 second.
Can I start?
Yes, please, Mr. Pradap.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I am review on the technical challenges on cloud security. In that the cloud security we know that the cloud computing we know that the cloud so everyone can able to access the cloud. The cloud will be the different types. Whenever the internet is there, we can able to access the data. The data where we want, we can able to access it. That is the cloud. Without internet, we cannot able to access. This is a major concept of the cloud. The cloud will be participant in the three types: public cloud, private cloud, and hybrid cloud. It will be so many services are there, like that the infrastructure as a service, software as a service, platform as a service, and so many services will be provided in the cloud. But now we can concentrate only for the security purposes. In my area, I am looking for some security. Which security is better than the existing one? For example, so many security algorithms and so many security mechanisms already there. So apart from that, which security is more better nowadays? That's only I want to say. So I will be surveyed and reviewed so many papers. That is the thing abstract I will given you. Everything will be given. The customer needs to authenticate. Suppose if you want to access the data from the cloud, the customer we need to get some authentication. Then only the data will be very secure. Suppose without the authentication, the data everyone can able to access and able to do some illegal access to also. So we need to provide the security. I am using some of the techniques I am used here. And also some of the technical issues before that we want to discuss and tell you. This is the problems in the cloud data. So I'm using only for the data. So many security issues will be in the cloud, but I am focused only for the cloud data. The cloud data will be the sensitive. First one is the sensitive data issues. So the data will like all the types of data available in the cloud, but we want to access for the sensitive data. Sensitive data is nothing but some of the organization is maintained some secure information that is called the sensitive data. For hospital, for healthcare or hospital, it may be the maintain the patient ID and the patient information. These are all some of the sensitive data. And also the in our country, each and every one has some Aadhaar number. The Aadhaar number is the sensitive data. The Aadhaar number, PAN number, bank details. These are some of the sensitive data. The sensitive data only can able to access only for the authorized persons. That's only I am accessing. The sensitive data issues will be now there. The second one is the data leakage. The data, whenever we are giving some data, for example, I want to apply some new SIM card, I'm giving the Aadhaar number. The Aadhaar number can able to access illegally or for some other purposes. It is a data leakage. Hacking. Without my knowledge, my data will be hacked to some other persons. That is called the hacking. These are data threat. With some of the persons inside with me are my neighbors. Then they are also able to access my data. That is called threat. Data threat. The fifth one is the data owner is not authenticated. I am not authenticated to give any permission or anyone can able to access my original data. Some of the persons without my authentication, without my authorization, they can able to access my data. This is also be done nowadays. And finally, the cloud service provider in the third party. The cloud service provider is a third party. They will give some of the security privileges will be given. It take much more time. For example, cloud owner and cloud data consumer, they want to access the data. Cloud owner, they give the data in the cloud, and cloud consumer can able to access the particular data based on the authentication in the third party. Suppose the third party will take some more time to authenticate the person. The time will be increased automatically. The time will be elapsed. So the data will be available in the cloud, but I cannot able to access the data without the permissions of the third party. These are some of the issues in the cloud. Next, existing methods. Some of the existing methods available in the cloud security, end-to-end encryption. The consumer and also cloud owner can give some more end-to-end protection are there. They are using some key mechanisms. For example, symmetric key mechanisms, they may be used. The symmetric key mechanisms for maximum, both are having the same key, they can able to access the data. That time, so many problems will be occur. The same key, everyone can be able to access the data means the data protection is not, the data security is a question mark one. Second one is the cloud service provider and cloud service consumer protection. This is also one of the cloud service has one of the key, and cloud service provider also one of the key. But these keys also, whenever they match, then only they can able to access the data means. The cloud service consumer give the keys to some other persons, they also can able to access the data. So that time there is no security to which these are the persons are authenticated. So this is also another method. The third one is the organization level protection. Some of the organization have given some of the username and password, some of the security mechanism, biometrics, or some of the face recognitions, or everything, voice recognitions are given. These are some of the level of protection. This is also some of the problems will be there. Suppose the biometric has some of the problems may be occur, they cannot be able to access. Suppose the voice recognition techniques, the voice modulated maybe the occur in the during the winter season or some other rainy season, he cannot able to access the data in our original data. This is organization level protection of the single key protection. The cloud service consumer and cloud service provider having the same key, that time they can able to access the data. This is also a problematic one. Suppose the cloud service consumer can able to share the key into some of the neighbors or friends, they can also access the data without the permissions of, without the authentication of the particular person. Another one is the group key protection. Group key protection is the nowadays the fastest moving and the security. The each and every key will be grouped. For example, cloud service provider having some key to access the data, and cloud service consumer can having some key, private key. The both key, public key and private key, are matched, then only they can able to access the data with the private security. That is the group key mechanism. In this mechanism also have some problems will be there. Suppose if you are using the single encryption techniques, for example, single time encryption, the problem will be very high. So it will be we want to avoid the situation. These are some of the existing methods available. So I am using one of the proposed method for the qualitative based research technology, attribute based encryption algorithm. The algorithm provides the techniques. For example, the cloud service consumer encrypt the data stored into the cloud. The cloud service cloud service consumer want to access the encrypted data, but he has some of the techniques. For example, key techniques I am used, that is called the digital signature with 160-bit mathematical functions. The data owner encrypt the data stored into the cloud. The data consumer want to decrypt the data by using the key. That time I am using one of the techniques, the SHA, secured hashing algorithm techniques used to accessing encrypt the data in the cloud. After that, I am sending the information to the cloud consumer. The cloud consumer having the own key and also the public key. The two keys are combined into decrypt the data, and also in that situation I am using digital signature and also double time encryption techniques. The double time encryption techniques we are used to implement that the situation no one cannot able to guess. That is the 160-bit key. Easily we cannot able to identify that the key. So the data will be protected. Those who are authenticated person, then only they can able to access the how we can able to authenticate means we are using the one application. Based on the application only, you registered persons will be registered in the application. The registered persons will be given to the consumer, and also the provider will be linked together. They will be generated one key for that each and every time. So the key will be 2 times of digital encryption techniques we are used to decrypt the data. So the data will be more secure with the existing one techniques. The digital signature does not use for the private key to encrypt the data. The algorithm used to public to decrypt the data. So we can provide the 160 number of digital encryption systems. Unique mathematical functions will be applied. No one cannot able to judge which function with which mathematical functions I am using the particular algorithm. So I will be provide more secure for the data. No one cannot able to access the data without the permission of data provider and also the consumer. The subsystem will be in the particular research paper. There are some of the subsystem will be there. First one, the cloud server and data owner and data consumer. These three things also very important. Cloud server will be nowadays available. So many clouds will be available, freely accessible. but we can able to access the clouds by using the data owner and data consumer. Data owner can able to store the data by using the encrypt of the digital signature algorithm with the mathematical functions to upload the data in the cloud. And the data consumer can able to access the encrypted data. We need some key with the digital signature with the double time decryption algorithm. That time only they can able to decrypt the data. It is the authenticated persons only can able to access the data. And the working principles of my research on paper, the data the user can be data owner and data consumer in one sessions. Data owner encrypt and upload the data. Data consumer decrypt and download the file. The operators having unlimited access such as records, data owner, and everything will be there. But we need to register the particular application. When they try to register the time, unique ID will be created. The unique ID will provide the decryption one of the key. It's not a purely key, it's a one of the group key mechanisms. Whenever then we need have data owner acceptance key and also digital encryption keys and also decryption key and also the finally unique key. These are the group key only combined, then only we can able to access the data without the third party invention. I am using the encrypt based attribute based encryption algorithm. I can able to access the data by based on some of the attributes. The attribute we can able to flush out the data. For example, the sensitive attribute means whenever we need the sensitive attribute, it will be encrypted already. So I need to decrypt the data by using the digital signature algorithm. In that time, I am using the multiple keys. The multiple keys, whenever the combined and authenticated by the data owner, then only we can able to decrypt. In my solution, so many advantages are there. I will be given one by one. Cloud service provider with data owner authentication will be there. Data owner to cloud service consumer security authentications will be there, and access various group key authentication. Symmetric mechanism used, reduce the time and cost, higher level of security will be used. Before that, the research methodology, I am using some of the literature review on the particular concepts. First one for the 2016 paper, Dundra and Lipu, evaluation of attacks and threat models and solution for visualization techniques, the classification of attacks and the source, different levels and attackers' goals. What are some of the drawbacks in that the paper means limited data sets only it will be used. Second, for 2015, Young and Sioso, searchable attribute based mechanism with efficient data sharing for secure cloud storage. The elliptic curve methods they are used to crypto system analysis. The elliptic curve is one of the secure system, but it will be have some of the it will be have some of the only single time encryption algorithm they are used. The cost is very high. And also performance evaluation metrics like computation overhead, key generation time, encryption time, then decryption time will be very high. So automatically the cost will be very high. Next, third one, 2016 paper, Yan Zhang Liu X, secure multi-keyword search supporting dynamic update and ranked retrieval paper. The paper will be given some forward and backward secure fuzzy encryption techniques they are used for the cloud sharing. In the proposed system, the matching present between the decryptor and data encryptor technology. So in this way, in this backward and forward secure means it will be taking some more time, but the result will be more robust secure system. And then the next paper means 2020, Iyaz Ahmad and Mohammad Siyaras Usmania, secure framework enhancing EAS, advanced encryption standard algorithm in cloud computing. A secure framework enhancing cloud computing will be used for the techniques. The challenges not sourcing personal and confidential data to remote data server. 2019, Song Yao Wang, efficient attribute-based encryption with privacy perceiving key generation and its application industrial cloud. In this the cloud they are using for the some of the techniques, efficient attribute-based encryption with the privacy preserving key generation system. The key generation computer cannot know the user's attributes. Still, ACC not obtained the security secret of the key. In 2019, Munivel E and Kannamalie, they are giving some more paper, the new authentication scheme to secure against phishing attack in the mobile cloud computing. The sophisticated authentication mechanism for securing cloud for the phishing attacks. Phishing attacks are for most dangerous attack among the smartphone users, which is subject to the password attacks. Unique authentication scheme is the proposed in the drawbacks of the paper. And the verification without the sharing of the password, service provider employing and knowledge proof based authentication protocol. Some of these are some of the drawbacks of the particular paper. So that only I am using the existing one, that is the digital signature. That the digital signature, I am using the secure hashing algorithm with 156-bit key with RSA used in the digital signature techniques with the mathematical functions. So that no one cannot able to judge the no one cannot able to guess the password and also encryption decryption techniques. The password will be the 162-bit keys, so easily we cannot able to hack. So these are all the my search paper will be there. So that only I am given the more security for the data cloud.
Thank you, Mr. Pradap.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now the question and answer session. So it's related to the security.
Yes, sir.
And many of the participants are actually from student side, I think so. Students, you can just unmute and you can raise up some questions, maybe of some basic level or maybe of some research level. You can shoot up some questions. Or I will raise some clarifications. Then finally, even you can sort up some questions. Mr. Pradap, you have presented the PPT in a very good manner, and you have prepared in a very good manner. But some of the places where you missed it, Mr. Pradap, are you on online?
Yeah, sir.
Yes, sir. See, actually, while you are putting the PPT, your base paper and literature review should come early. Actually, you have to given the abstract, and then immediately you should given the base paper. What are the base paper that you have been referred, and then you should go for the literature review, and particularly the literature review should be in the chronological order, and you can specify the research gap also. So
yes,
what are the drawbacks of the existing system, and what you are going to be actually been proposed. And you see on your table, on your PPT, when you are given the literature review, in the table, so many single letter verses are there. That's many verses are actually been getting break. Now the next one is whether you have implemented what the system that you have been proposed, sir.
Based on the digital signatures techniques, the secured hashing algorithm, 156-bit keys with RSA.
Now, are you implemented the algorithm? If so, what is accuracy?
Sir, it's going on now. Now only I am doing the implementation. Now that I am using the digital signature techniques for the double encryption techniques, sir.
Oh, so far you have not at all completed the
comparing, sir, not at all to comparing the accuracy level, sir.
Okay, but attribute-based encryption algorithm is actually be available in the literature.
Yes,
it's
sir.
Only existing one.
Yes, sir. Attribute-based encryption techniques will be available. In that the particular algorithm, they are having the single encryption techniques they are used. For example, they are using only for the secured hashing algorithms, RSA or DSA or AE, some of the only one algorithm they are used to encrypt the data. So that now I am enhancing the particular attribute-based algorithm. I am using the mathematical function will be included, and also secure hashing algorithm with 156-bit keys, double time and also double time encryption techniques, sir.
So what you are doing is you are trying to propose a hybrid algorithm. Am I right?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. And now the participants, do you have any questions to raise to Mr. Pradap Kumar? Otherwise, we can call the next candidate. Thank you, Mr. Pradap.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, shall I call the next participant, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Now I would like to call Ms. C. Kamala ma'am, Dr. M. Mahadevi ma'am, S. Hemalata ma'am, and N. Monica ma'am to present their papers.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just sharing my screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please, ma'am.
Ma'am, shall we present? Yes, she's done.
Yeah, she's
screen is
presenting
presenting,
some
ma'am?
PPT. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone. I am here to present the article Understanding Virtual Classroom Friendship Pattern Using Social Network Analysis. Under guidance, respected ma'am, Dr. M. Mahadevi, Associate Professor, PG Department of Computer Science in SDNB Vaishnav College for Women, and presented by C. Kamala N. Monica and H. Hemalata, student, PG Department of Computer Science in SDNB Vaishnav College for Women. And these are the content presented in the article. Next, we are going to see the abstract of this article. In this paper is an attempt to collect data from the student of a virtual classroom, interpret how they are socially connected to each other, and focuses on understanding the friendship pattern between students using the social network analysis. The social network analysis of actors, that is node, and ties, that is edges, that connects the actors. The data set is created using the questionnaire method. Questionnaire method is defined as question is posted to the students and the answer will be saved as the data. In this article, 3 questions related to social network analysis were posted to the student to understand the friendship pattern as they were attending only the online classes. By applying the social network analysis, the characteristics of the student as interpreted as that is most popular, who is the helping hand of the class, gossipers, bridges, and the grey cardinal. The main objective of this article is to bring out the psychological assessment of students, their feelings, their relationship with their classmate in the virtual classroom environment. And the next we are going to see the introduction. A social network analysis is a study of finding a relationship, and social networks are very much useful in visualizing the interaction between the nodes through the graph and network theory. Understanding student behavior and social relationship with a classmate in a virtual classroom is not easy, as they will be not directly interacting. We posted some set of questions to the students, and their responses are recorded in the form of data set. This study explores the questions are mention your friends in your class, from whom would you like to borrow the teaching material, and whom would you like to invite to your birthday party? Social network metrics like degree centrality, closeness centrality, betweenness, and eigenvector centrality are applied to extend student relationship, and the behavior of the student is noted, and based on the result of the characteristics of student are interpreted as most popular, helping hand of the class, gossipers, bridges, and the grey cardinal. And the next we are going to see the literature review. We have referred some article based on the social network analysis. From that, the author Nuria Hernandez Naclis described the method of teaching of classroom. Teachers are actively increasing the use of collaborative learning formats such as team learning. In this paper, researchers are focusing on the learning with team learning. And the next author, Evelyn Ott and Ronald Rossio, explain the social network analysis is not a formal theory in sociology, but rather a strategy for investing the social structures. And the next author, Bayon Aldivo, described the communication through social media is one of the recent trend in recent years, especially college students and business workers. This study was analysis of communication between friends on social media. And the next author, Ruckman, described the major factor in the close relationship ties on social, physical, psychological similarities have been suggested in the proximity. This paper will be recall the interaction of human with no details of length of time of interaction. Next, we are going to see the data set explanation. As seen earlier, the data set was created by posting the question to 53 students who are attending online classes and are introduced to their classmates through online alone. The 3 questions were posted to each of the students where the first is mention your friends in your class, and the next, from whom would you like to borrow the teaching notes? List any 3 students. And the last, suppose you have a birthday next month and who are organizing a party, from whom would you like to invite the party? The student data is collected and stored in the form of .txt file. Each student is considered as a node and relationship. For friend of, get node from, invite for party as the edges connecting the nodes. 3 data sets are created for 3 questions. And the next is structure of data set. The data of the students who are listed their friends for inviting them to their birthday party in their class and stored it in the form of from node to to nodes. Here we have pasted the sample data set of inviting the birthday party. The roll number 1 inviting the party to roll number 4 and roll number 1 in inviting party to the roll number 21 and the roll number 1 inviting party to roll number 8. Here there are 3 data sets. Data set 1, data set 2, data set 3. Data set 1 is created the relation of friend of consists of 53 nodes and 365 edges. And data set 2 is creating the relation of getting node from consists of 53 nodes and 125 edges. And data set 3 is creating the relation of inviting for path 3 consists of 53 nodes and 165 edges. And the next slide carried by Kamala.
Yes, as Hemalata said, we have successfully created the 3 datasets named dataset 1, 2, and 3. Now we are going to see the methodology which consists of 3 stages, namely data collection. Yes, we have collected the data and stored it as a dataset. Then analyzing the social network graph using SNA metrics. At last, interpreting the results of the network. We are using a social network graph to visualize the data to understand more easier, which is more easier to understand the students' relationship. Social network graph is constructed by considering the people as nodes and their relationship between them as edges or ties. We have constructed 3 social network graphs for 3 datasets named dataset 1, 2, and 3. Also, in addition, we are constructing an egocentric graph using the node which has the highest degree centrality among the created 3 social network graphs. Also, we are using some attributes, SNA attributes, to analyze the networks created above. Network density, which is used to determine the weightage and effectiveness of the network, and then connected components, which is defined as the subnetwork, that each nodes in that network are connected using a path. Then triadic closure, which is a form of triads, or that nodes in the network are connected in a triangular path. Then we are going to see the metrics used, especially SNA metrics used here to find out the hidden pattern between the students. First one, degree centrality. It is defined as the calculating the in degree and out degree of a particular node. By using this measure, we can find out the person who is more popular in the classroom. Then closeness centrality. It is defined by the edges required to reach all the nodes by using a single node. By this measure, we can find out the gossip monger, or the person who is more jolly in the classroom. At next, betweenness centrality. It is defined by the number of shortest path that is used to reach all the nodes through a particular node, which goes through a particular node. By using this measure, we can find out the person who's a bottleneck or acting as a bridge in the classroom. At last, eigenvector centrality. It is a measure which is the recursive version of degree centrality. By this measure, we can find out the person who's a gray cardinal, simply said as an invisible person. That person has the lowest degree centrality, but very, very informative in the classroom. In this slide, I have placed 4 social network graphs. So the student network 1, 2, and 3 shows the social network. Student network 2, 3 shows the social network graph of the respective dataset 1, 2, and 3. And student network 4 shows the egocentric network of the node, which has the highest degree centrality of the above created 3 social networks. Now we are going to see briefly about the constructed networks. Student network 1 is created by using the dataset friend of, which is named as dataset 1. This network is connected with nearly 50% of the nodes and are in triadic closure, such as triangular friendship pattern is maintained. Then student network 2 is created by using the dataset get nodes, which is named as dataset 2. This network is also nearly connected with the 46% of the nodes, and it is also in this also triangular friendship pattern is maintained. Then student network 3 is created by using the dataset invites per party, which is named as dataset 3. In this network, there are two clusters formed with the node 26 as a bridge between the clusters. So, which node 26 plays an important part in passing the information across the groups. At last, student network 4 is created by using the same dataset 1, which is a friend of dataset. Why we are using the same dataset means the node we are choosing to construct the egocentric network has the highest degree centrality. We have chosen that node in the student network 1. So we are choosing the same dataset. In this network, egocentric network named student network 4 has the highest degree centrality, and this network has the highest network density triadic closure than the other 3 networks. In the slide, I have placed the results tables of the above constructed social networks, student networks. Table 1 shows the SNA metric values for the student network 1. In table 1, I have listed the top 10 nodes, which has the highest degree centrality in student network 1. And also I listed the all metric values like betweenness, closeness, and eigenvector centrality for the top 10 nodes in student network 1. Similarly, table 2, table 3, table 4 shows the respective SNA metric values for the student network 2, 3, and 4. Finally, table 5 shows the network density value and a triadic closure value for the above created 4 student networks. Now, by analyzing the result tables from the student network 1, the nodes 44, 28, 39, 54, and 27 has the highest degree centrality, and they are considered as the most popular nodes or persons in the classroom. From analyzing the student network 2, nodes 44, 28, 52, 21, and 32 are considered as the gossipers or the most jolly person in the classroom, which has the highest closeness centrality. From the student network 3, the nodes 1, 6, 26, 9, 10 are considered as the helping hand or the most informative nodes or persons in the classroom, which has the highest betweenness centrality. From the egocentric network named student network 4, the nodes 44, 40, 38, 52, and 53 has the highest degree centrality, and the nodes 53, 54, 39 are termed as a gray cardinal, which is an invisible nodes or invisible person in the classroom. By comparing the above 4 networks, the node 44 has the highest degree centrality, which is said to be more popular. And node 26 has the highest betweenness centrality, which is said to be bottleneck in the class. Then the node 53 has the highest closeness centrality then among the 4 networks, so it works as a gossip monger. Then node 53 has the highest eigenvector, so it is said to be a gray cardinal. By also comparing the 4 networks, the values of the network density and triadic closure from the 4 networks, we are clear that the network 4 has the highest network density and triadic closure value, that it forms maximum number of triads and has many number of connections between the actors. Then finally, in the study, we have collected the data from the 53 students and formed it as a data set. And also we constructed the social network graphs, 3 social network graphs and a single egocentric graph, which for the node which has the highest degree centrality. By analyzing the social and student networks we have created from the data sets, we are established many different relationships between the students, such as most popular person, gossip monger, and most jolly, most informative, gray cardinal, bottleneck, etc. etc. So in this report, various centrality measures were analyzed to showcase the psychological feelings of students in a virtual classroom. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, Ma.
Yes, sir.
And it's a different topic that you have selected. I hope this area, at least the participants can suit up some questions. Participants, the scholars, those who attended the conference also can raise up some questions. Yes, ma. Then no other way I should clarify some my doubts.
Yes, sir.
See, you have selected 3 questions. Now, what are the 3 questions you have selected? Question number 1 is?
Mention your friends in the class, sir.
Yeah, question number 2.
Question number 2 is, from whom would you get the notes in your classroom?
Who are all willing to or wants to get your friendship.
Yes, sir.
Third
No,
question
sir.
is
If you are absent for the class, means from whom would you like to buy the
written
notes?
notes. Yeah, sorry, notes. NOTES. Yeah, okay. What is your third question?
Third question is for inviting the birthday party, sir.
Yeah, that's why. In what way the third question is relevant to the other two questions, ma?
We just want to establish the relationship between the students, sir, so that we have created the three different questions, sir.
On what basis? On what basis you have selected? Have you consult any psychology people?
I just give you a few examples, sir. We have asked the first question: who's your friends?
No, no.
For the
Questions
second,
I got it. Questions I have got it. You have coined the three questions. No.
yes, sir.
On what basis you have selected the question?
Questions means we are wanting the different views, sir, how they are choosing their friends. So we choose different types of questions to ask to them, sir.
Okay, ma. Now, Sankita, she is raising a question. What is the tool that you have used for the comparison? What tool you have been used?
We are used here as a metrics to find out the relationship between the students, sir. We just compared the SNA metric values like degree centrality, between a centrality.
Have you used any software tool to do it?
Not hearing you, sir. Please repeat it, sir.
Have you used any software tool, ma? Software tool?
No, sir. For coding only, we should use Python, sir.
Okay, okay. Now, what is your questionnaire section? Have you selected the questions only from a specific class or a specific degree or the entire college? You told me that you are taken the data set around 50 students.
Yes, sir. In a classroom, sir.
It's your class.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, even you can, as a conclusion, you have concluded that certain students are so popular.
Yes, sir.
And certain students are, say, some backside talkers.
Gossip mongers and grey cardinal.
Yes. Now, what is accuracy? What have you compared the prediction, what you have predicted with the real-time data?
At conclusion, we have got that egocentric from the normal social networks. The egocentric graph has the highest network density. It has many number of connections, sir.
Particularly node number 46, you have concluded some conclusion, am I right?
44, sir. 44 has the highest degree centrality, sir.
Yeah. Does it in real life, does it in really what the outcome of your research is exactly correct with the in real life?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So what social media is connected among the students? Have you concentrated anything in that area? How they have been maintaining their friendship?
Sir, in like Facebook, Twitter, apart from this, sir.
But your question is not relevant to, or your question is not at all related to any social media.
Sir, we analyzed the students in a virtual classroom environment, sir. Not at all in any social media sites, sir. We will do that social media sites using like a future work, sir.
Yeah,
in this,
that's what I'm coming to say. That's what I'm coming to say.
Okay.
That also you can concentrate, right?
Okay.
It's really a different task being a PG student of Chromebit Vaishnav. You are a second year student now?
First year student, sir.
Now you are in second year.
Yes, sir. And in second year, sir.
Okay, ma. All the best, ma.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you for the valuable information, sir.
Thank you, ma. We'll call upon the next candidate, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. M. Mahadevi ma'am, Sneha ma'am, and PV Sandhya ma'am to present their papers.
Okay, ma'am. I will share the screen, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all. I am going to present an article titled Analyzing Purchase Pattern Network of Amazon Product for Product Recommendation Across the Network under the guidance of Dr. M. Mahadevi, Associate Professor of PG Department of Computer Science from STNB Vaishnav College for Women, and presented by S. Neha and TV Sandhya, student of PG Computer Science of PG Department of Computer Science from STNB Vaishnav College for Women.
Yes, ma, you can proceed, ma.
Yes, sir. Okay. First, I'm going to give an introduction of our article. We used social network analysis to find the purchase product recommendation in the network. Social network analysis means it's a process of investigating social structures through the use of networks and graph theory. There are several networks in the social network analysis, such as friendship, Twitter, Facebook, etc. We use a purchase network to find the product purchase pattern using the purchase network. In this purchase network, to build a network graph using products and co-products relationship, we use a Amazon data set to analyze the purchase patterns and patterns of a product. This articles mainly focus on creating a purchase networks of books and CDs products along with its co-purchase books and CDs in Amazon. We use books and CDs are nodes, and co-purchase is a relationship defined between the nodes of the network. By this analysis, we use the social network metrics are degree centrality, closeness centrality, eigenvector, and betweenness centrality to find out the frequently buying items in the network. This metrics also help to find out identify the products that are purchased across the different groups. Thereby, the recommendation flows in the across the groups to increase the visibility of the products across the group. Our main objective is to find out the highly correlated products that are co-purchased, to find out the two products that are being co-purchased in many components, and also we find out the product which has been highly purchased product but are not popular, and finally we find out the product which has been most mentioned and highly recommended. Here's some of literature review is here. First article is Amazon product sentiment analysis using machine learning techniques. The author of Sophia Vasana, Iic Skpc, and Tian Singh to analyze the sentiment analysis to improve the sales of product with the help of online media. And then second article is the network products of a journal of marketing by PageRank algorithm to find out the less seller of book products in Amazon website. And the third article is the web salesperson trends, comparatives, and competitions of the competition competitors and competitions investigate the Amazon co-purchase network, which is formed recommendation of top selling products. And then the author of Davidson, Samita, and Shane, the analysis of the differential impact of reviews and reviewers at Amazon.com. They analyze the customer review of book product from Amazon website. Then here some we use the data set in the we shown the sample data set in the right side, and the data set of Amazon product was collected from public available website in July 1995. We use the vertices in the Amazon network, the books and series, while the arcs are determined the list of the products. Under the title, the customers who bought this books and series also bought another books and series. In this original data set, as at 2,16,737 vertices and 9,82,296 arcs. In this research, we selected a random 120 nodes along with the 660 edges to construct the purchase network. methods. For this analysis, we use a purchase network graph for analysis the purchase. And then from that network graph, we find out the three attributes such as weekly content component, network density, and tidy closure. The weekly content components is said to be a graph is said to be a weekly content if there doesn't exist any path between any two pairs of vertices. The network density. Network density means it describes a portion of the potential connection in a network that are actual connection. A potential connection is a connection that could potentially exist between two nodes. And then tidy closure. It tells a connection of three nodes. For instance, if the connection AB and BC exists, there is a tendency for a new connection AC to be formed. It mainly using the social network analysis metrics that are degree centrality, closeness, eigenvector, and betweenness centrality. The degree centrality means it's a first approach of analyzing social network is to measure power, influence, or other individual characteristics of people. The nodes with the high degree with more central are more popular. And closeness centrality. It's a way of detecting nodes that are able to spread information very efficiently through a graph. The node with high closeness score have the shortest distance to all other nodes. Betweenness centrality. It has another major role. It is able to identify the boundary spanner people that act as a bridge between two or more communities. And the final eigenvector centrality is also known as a gray cardinal. It is a measure of influence of a node in a network. Each node within the network will be given a score or value. With the high score, the greater level of influence within the network. By our analysis, we found a graph is directed and weakly connected graph. The network density of the network is calculated as 0.0116, which is near to 0. It indicates the graph is parallelly connected and with minimal number of direct connections. And also we found that the network direct closure is found to be 0.297. It indicates the nodes are connected in a transitive closure. Next slide will carried by Sandhya.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm audible, sir.
Yes, ma, you proceed.
Yeah, here I'm going to explain the metrics. In right side of the page, we are tabulated the metrics. Top five notes are highlighted. The first metric is degree centrality, which means is the topmost product in the network. In our network, Atom Heart Mother CD is most popular. The second metric is degree centrality, which means it acts as a bridge in between two groups. In our network, however, how everything is connected to everything else, and what is book a node 6, which act as a bridge in a network and are a most widely co-purchased product across the clusters. The third metric is in our network is eigenvector centrality, which means low degree in our network, uh, but with equally spread information like closeness centrality. Node 6 and Node 21, which are most recommended book products in our network. The last metric is closeness centrality, how everything is connected to everything else and what it means book is ID purchase. Next slide. Interpretation. Atom Heart Mother and Meti CD have high degree and low closeness. The CDs are not reachable to others and has been highly co-purchased in their own clusters and are not recommended widely in the network. Advance in social networking, and your brain and the neural science of everything like books are highly eigenvector and high betweenness and low degree are treated as the boundary spanners between the two dense or popular clusters. The science of connected age book, low degree and high closeness and betweenness are treated as a key player to active roles and highly influential in the network and also highly influential co-purchase books and CD attracting to quadratic closures and clusters. Next slide. From from this calculator, we are interpreted the most popular CDs and books. Atom had Mother CD and Melody CD are the most frequent products in the network. The book Advanced in Social Network Analysis and Your Brain and the Neurons of Everyday Lives are the products are recommended across the clusters and co-clusters for other books and CDs in the clusters. The Amazing Science of Spontaneous Order book can be recommended as co-clusters for all books and CDs, and also highly influential, which may increase the sales according to this purchase network. Next one. Conclusion. We have collected data set from the Amazon website for the books and CDs to construct the purchase network. Early on, we mentioned that the graph is directed and weekly connected. The SNA metrics as identify the most popular and very often co-purchased books and CDs, and also recommendation for different groups, and also identify the influential books and CDs that may give more interest for the users, and also increase the sales pattern for the products. In the future of this article is the complicated data set like the big data, and with some advanced future SNA metrics can apply to uncover more information from the data. Thank you, sir, for giving this lovely opportunity.
Can you keep the first slide, ma? What is the title of your topic, ma? The participants, can you pose some questions? Yeah, actually, you have taken the title as analyzing the pattern of purchasing. Am I right? Take the first slide. The title I wanted to see. Yeah, analyzing the purchase pattern of a network of Amazon products. But then you have restricted your research work only on CDs and books. Am I right, ma?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma. What is your data set size? What is the size of your data set that you have taken, ma?
2,16,739 vertices, sir, and 9,2896 apps, sir.
Okay, what tool you have taken for your analysis purpose?
120 notes and 60 stages we taken from the data set, sir.
No, okay, that is what is a tool, what is the software that have been used?
No, sir. We use Python coding in the Colab, sir.
Okay, Python coding with the Colab.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyhow, being a PG student, it's a different area where like what the future work you have said, that area that you can be concentrated. Now the scholars or the students, can you raise up some questions? So I got a different product from Chromebit National College, where the PG students, they are doing some sort of a different research works. At least they are collecting the data, they are analyzing, and they are predicting something. See, the question is, you have analyzed the data, whether the outcome what you have predicted is exactly true or நீங்க என்ன predict பண்ணீங்களோ அதுதான் உங்களோட அவுட்புட்டா இருந்தாமா?
Yes, sir.
That
yes, sir.
Your popular CD, what you have predicted is?
Atom Heart CD, sir.
Okay, that's a popular.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma. All the best, ma.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma.
Thank
We'll call
you,
the next. We'll call the next candidate. You can stop present your slide now. You can call the next candidate.
Sir, shall I call the next participant, sir?
Yeah, please, ma'am. Please.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call G. Lalita ma'am and Dr. S. Gopinathan sir to present their papers.
Yes, ma, you can start.
Lalita ma'am. Lalita ma'am, your presentation is visible, but we can't able to hear your voice, ma'am.
Lalita ma'am, are you there, ma'am?
Yeah, she is there only, ma'am. Lalita?
Lalita ma'am? Ma'am, Lalita ma'am? Lalita ma'am? Ma'am, kindly, yes ma'am, kindly, your voice is not audible, ma'am. Lalita ma'am? Okay, sir, shall we call the next candidate, sir?
Sure, ma'am. Lalita, she's sending some messages.
Hi, I'm here. This is Lalita. That's what she says, sir.
Yeah, her voice is not audible. Lalita? Yeah, then we'll call the next candidate. You can call again, Lalita.
Yes, yes. Yes, please.
Next, I would like,
Panishwari,
to call A. Uma Maheshwari ma'am, S. Alagarasi ma'am, and Bala Samved sir to present their papers.
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Hello.
Good morning, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Now I'm sharing the screen, ma'am. One second. Ma'am, whether my screen is visible, ma'am? Hello.
Your screen is visible, ma'am.
Very good morning to all, ma'am. I'm Alagarasi Research Scholar, PG and Research Department of Mathematics from Koidamile Government College, Women, ma'am. My topic is on vertex mean on some vertex mean labeling for cycle with parallel P3 card. I'm thank my supervisor, Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Associate Professor, PG Research Department of Mathematics from Koidamile College, Government of Chennai. The abstract is in this work. We have studied about the vertex even mean labeling on chain of cycle C2N with M copies with cycle with parallel P3 chord. And second one is edge connected cycle with M copies with parallel P3 chord. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma, you proceed, ma. No problem. You proceed.
Hello, sir. Sir,
Yes,
am I audible, sir?
Yeah, yes, you are very well audible. You can continue.
And vertex even mean labeling is the third point is joining two copies of cycle for even cycles with parallel P3 chord by the path PM. And also we are constructing the graph a vertex odd mean labeling for the chain of cycles with M copies with parallel P3 chord, edge connected cycles with M copies where n is greater than or equal to 3 with parallel P3 chord. Joining two copies of even cycles with parallel P3 chord by the path PM. Presentation comprises introduction, preliminaries, main results, conclusion, and references. Introduction. Rosa inaugurated the labeling for graph as beta valuation in 1967. Subsequently, it is known as a graceful labeling by Globe 1972. The mean labeling was started by the Somasundaram and Konrad sir in 2003, and the vertex even mean labeling, vertex odd mean labeling established by N. Revati in 2015. A complete survey of graph labeling, which is useful, can be seen in Galleon, which is Cometronics survey of graph labeling. Graph labeling is a labeling of graph by allocating the integers with certain conditions for vertices or edges or both. In past 5 decades, various kinds of labelings are developed by the researchers. Here we taken the finite, undirected, and simple graph. Next is a basic definition of graph. Definition 1 is a cycle with a parallel P3 chord is obtained that a cycle Cn is started from U0 to up U0, U1, and U2 up to again from the start to the starting point U9 vertex by adding disjoint P3 part between the couple of vertices where alpha and beta value, and if n is odd, or beta is n by 2 plus 1 if n is even. This is the cardinality of this. Then the graph G has a 3n minus 2 by 2 vertices and 2n minus 2 edges if n is odd, and 3n minus 3 by 2 vertices and 2n minus 3 edges of n is if n is odd. It is the cardinality of the given graph. Definition 2 is a graph G with the P vertex and Q edges if the existing function of injection function were taken from even numbers 2 up to 2q, such the induced function f induced function is defined by an f of x by f of y by 2 or distinct for every age x or y. Such a function is called a vertex even mean labeling. Therefore, the graph was called a vertex even mean graph. And definition 3 is a definition for vertex odd mean labeling. A graph with q edges and p vertices to be a vertex odd mean graph if there is injection function f from the vertices graph from 1 to 2q minus 1 where the vertices such that when each edge x or y is labeled with the function f of x plus f of y by 2, then the resulting edges are distinct. Such a function is called an vertex odd mean labeling. Therefore, the graph was called a vertex odd mean graph. And definition 4 is a graph is obtained by the m copies of cycle C to n by associating an first copy of vertices and second copy of the vertices for I value takes from 1 to n minus 1, where the vertex vi, 1 and vi2, 1 were the succeeding vertices of the cycle of m copies. In definition 4 is an edge connected of cycle. The graph G is obtained by the edge connected to the cycles. We have taken a even cycle C to n with the path P3 card, which are parallel. That is, edges connected by the jth copy of cycle and j plus 1 copy of the cycle, having a vertex degree of 2, having m copies of cycle. And theorem 1, every chain of cycle C to n m where n is greater than or equal to 3 with parallel P3 chord admits vertex even mean labeling. Let us consider the graph G, chain of cycles with m copies with parallel P3 chords where m be the copies of cycles. Let the vertex identifying, vertex u0 j plus 1 is identifying as u2n minus 1, comma j for I taken from the value taken from value 1 to m. Let these are the vertices given the vertices taken from u0 comma j, u1 comma j up to u2n minus 1 comma j be the vertices of the jth copy of the cycle cycle C to n comma m with parallel P3 chord. Let us define the vertex labeling as function for even numbers. Values takes from 2 to 8n m minus 4. Here I given the word how I labeled the vertices of the cycle. I given 7 functions as. From the above function patterns, we can see that vertex even mean labelings are distinct. And next, the edges of chain of cycle C to n with parallel P3 chords are partitioned as 10 edges. Defining the induced edges of graph function edges are distinct. Here I given how I partition the edges as edge values are distinct. Example 1, the vertex even mean labeling on chain graph, a chain of cycles C6, 4 with 4 copies with cycle parallel P3 chord as a vertex even mean graph. In this graph, you can see that vertices are labeled with the even numbers which are distinct, and the edge values will be distinct. It won't be repeated. Here I corrected the first copy of vertex, first copy of the cycle, second copy of the cycle with u0, 2, u0, 3, u0, 4. This is an example for a vertex even mean labeling. A cycle, it allows a vertex, therefore it is called an vertex even mean graph. Next, theorem 2 states that every chain of cycle C to N, M with the M copies of cycle parallel P3 core admits and vertex odd mean labeling. Here we consider the graph. Here I consider the graph chain of cycle with parallel P3 core with M copies of cycle. Here where the vertexes V U0, J plus 1 is identifying as U2N minus 1, J. Let here I name the vertices U0, J, U0, 1 up to U2N minus 1, J be the vertex of the jth copy of the cycle with parallel P3 cord. Here you can see the let us define the vertex labeling from odd numbers from 1 to 8n m minus 4m minus 1. Here I given the functions of how the vertex are labeled. And the edges of the graph G chain of cycle with parallel P3 cord is partitioned in 10 edges. Defining an induced edge of G, a function is given. Here you can see that from the values taken, we had checked by the graph. Example 2 is a vertex odd mean labeling on chain of graph with a cycle. I taken the cycle 10 with the 2 copies with parallel P3 cord as a vertex odd mean graph. Here you can see the vertices are labeled with then odd numbers without repetition. Therefore it is a distinct, and edge values will be an integers satisfy the rule. Therefore the graph is called a vertex odd mean graph. And theorem 3 says that every graph C to N with a parallel P3 cord connected by edge admits vertex even mean labeling. Let us consider the graph. Here we consider the even graph, even cycles with parallel P3 cord by connecting the jth copy of vertex to J plus 1th copy of the vertex as U1 U plus 1. U1, J plus 1 by the edge with M copies of cycle. Therefore, the resultant graph can be seen as graph G. Let us define the vertex labeling by a function. Here I taken from 2 from the even numbers 2, 4, 6 up to 8n minus 2m minus 2. Here I given the vertex labeled function. Next, like the edges are labeled. The edge of the graph G partition is below 10 edges. Then defining the induced edges. By this we can check out whether the edge values are distinct or not. If distinct, only the graph is said to be a vertex even mean labeling. Here the edges are distinct. Here edges are labeled distinctly with the succeeding copies of the cycle. In example 3, you can see that vertex even mean labeling on 3 copies of cycles C10. Here I've chosen a cycle C10 with parallel P3 core connecting an edge. That is, 2 cycles are connected by an edge, with one edge. Here I labeled with then vertex all vertices with even numbers, and therefore each induced function will get in different values. Therefore, the graph is a vertex even mean graph by the vertex even mean labeling. The next theorem 4 says that every cycle C to N with parallel P3 core connected by an edge admits a vertex odd mean labeling. Here we consider in the example 4. Here I consider the graph with odd numbers, where all the vertices are labeled with odd numbers from continuously from odd numbers. Here the each edge values are distinct without repetition. Succeeding to the each copy of cycles are connected by an edge. In theorem 5, join 2 copies of cycle, that is connecting any 2 copy of cycles with parallel P3 cord by a path PM, where when path is greater than or equal to 2 admits an vertex even mean labeling. Let us
sorry to disturb you, ma'am. Ma'am, sorry to disturb you. Sir requested all the participants to keep in mind that within 10 minutes you have to present them.
Okay, ma'am. Almost I finished, ma'am. Here I consider the 2 copies of cycle with parallel P3 cord. I'll name the vertices for first copies with V1 dash E2 dash and let's up to 2n dash, and second copy of the cycle is to U1 double dash E2 double dash and U2n double dash are the vertices of the first copy and second copy of the cycle P3 cord, where W1, W2, W are the vertices of the path PM connecting. These are vertices connecting the 2 cycles with 2 cycles. Here I integrating the U2n dash, which is first path with W1, and 2U2n double dash, which is equal to WM. Defining a vertex, defining a labeling of vertex with the function even numbers. Here I consider the values from 2, 4 up to 2 of 8n plus m minus p, vertex labeling of the path is given with W function, Wj, and the first copy of the cycle is labeled with, then left side you can see that how I labeled the first copy of the cycle, and second copy of the cycle I given the right side with the U double dash. By that side you can see that whether I have labeled with the distinct or not, but you can check it. And edges also I partition and I given the clear values for the each edge values which are distinct. Here the example 5 shows that vertex even mean labeling for the 2 copies of, I have taken here given example for 8 cycle A8 with parallel P3 cord joining joining a path by a P4. Here you can say see the for the left side you can see that is the first copy of cycle, second right side you can see the second copy of cycle, and these 2 cycles connected by the path value. By the side you can extend the path how many if you want it. If you want to connect how many paths can extend it, the right cycle of the values will be changing on. Therefore, we can the generalization I given the values of vertex, how we want to label the vertex. Therefore, the vertex are labeled with even values. Therefore, I get them distinct edges. Therefore, the graph is admits that vertex even mean labeling. Therefore, a graph is called vertex even mean graph. Next, the conclusion. Here we can conclude that the graph G, a chain of cycles, edge connected cycles, and join 2 copies of cycles of with parallel P3 cord admits a vertex even mean and also admits vertex or mean labeling. Therefore, the graph is called a vertex even mean graph and a vertex or mean graph. The further studies is checking upon the cycle with parallel P3 that is P5 cord. Next, here I given the references. Thanks. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. It's really a very good PPT actually. The content is very good, ma'am.
Okay, sir.
Actually, the first question I would like to raise is for what type of graph that you have been calculated, the even mean label and odd mean label, but you did only for undirected graph, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, why don't you apply the same thing for a generalized graph? What sort of restrictions you are having when you're applying the same thing over a generalized graph?
I have given for generalized graph, sir. For example, I have shown whether if you can construct the circle up to n values.
Yes, ma'am. It's only for generalized undirected graph.
Yes, sir.
But
yes,
you
sir.
have a number of types of graph. Now, can you apply the same concept for parity graph or pi parity graph or directed graph? Is there any restriction? Why don't you apply the same thing to pi parity graph?
Okay, sir. I will check it, sir.
No, you didn't think about that view actually.
No. Yes, sir.
So you did only for a directed graph,
undirected graph. Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I'm doing a research on undirected graph, so I did.
So you did only for undirected.
Undirected graph.
Kindly consider in what terms I'm talking the generalized graph in the sense, does it apply for all the graphs? That's what my question actually.
Okay, sir. Okay.
And what is the exact real-time application of the research work that you are doing, ma'am?
Sir, application, I'm looking into the application, sir. It will be apply for in future, sir. Second, that is in cycle. Knots are be increasing. If increasing, there will be an therefore the values will also be increasing.
Oh,
Still, I'm calculating.
Yeah, you are doing.
Right, yes.
My question is, what is a application in the real life? Is it anywhere where we are using the application of your research on the real life?
Looking into it, sir. I will see that, sir.
So you are looking for that one.
Yes, sir.
Now you see, even the same paper that you have published on Tuskegee Journal of Computer and Mathematical Education in 2021.
Yes, I did. It is a parallel cord with the P4 cord, sir. It is.
Yeah, that's also it's a P4 cord. Now, in
with
what
P4
way
cord.
this paper is differ from the earlier paper?
It is a cord with P3 cord. I'm using operation that 2 cycles are connecting vertices. That is how we can in a chain form and in alternative chains.
No, that paper also parallel P4 cord. This paper also parallel P4 cord.
No, sir. No, this is a parallel P3 cord, sir.
Oh, here you are using parallel P3
parallel
cord.
P3 cord. Yes, sir.
Okay, but you have published one more paper in Journal of Applied Science and Computations.
No, sir. No. I completed only one Turkish and only I published it, sir.
No, your paper is available there. No? Some labeling on cycle with the parallel P3 cords, which is available in a Journal of Applied Sciences and Computation with the same Uma Mageshwari and Shividya?
No, sir, no, sir. It's Shividya, ma'am, sir. Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, again the same thing. See, almost.
No, it is not same thing, sir. She's did in another graph, various graphs, sir.
Yeah, that's what graph she has taken actually.
I'm continuing in that research, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma. Scholar, see participants, do you have any doubts? Then we'll call the next person, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving great opportunity, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. All the best, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, we'll call the next person. I think she's Pradap Kumar, any drawing software tool for graph? Sorry, Pradap Kumar, sir, I didn't see that one actually. I didn't saw the question that you have been posted. Lalita is ready, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Once again, I am calling Lalita ma'am to present a paper.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Lalita, you can start.
Sir, I can't share the screen, sir. Host to disable the participant screen sharing, sir. It's displaying a message like this.
Yeah, now you are a co-host, ma. Now you can do it, ma. Now you are a co-host, you can do it.
Yeah, now also it's showing the same message, ma'am. Host to disable participant screen sharing.
Now I need. It's not there.
Is that your PPT? Lalita ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Now I can.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes, ma. It's visible. You can proceed, ma.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am. Sorry. Yeah, this is Lalita, full-time research scholar from Department of Computer Science, going under the guidance of Dr. S. Gopinathan. Now I'm going to present one of my paper called an enhanced algorithm for segmenting and slicing the license plate character via CC analysis. CC means connected component analysis. The technology took our life to a different phase. Online payment, online shopping have eased our life. So the technology also threatens our human life with big flaws like accidents and crimes. So nowadays CCTVs were located everywhere, and using CCTVs, many criminals were caught. But since it lacks with an accuracy, we can't predict the number plate exactly. So what I have done is I have tried to improve the accuracy for detecting the license plate. So these are I have not chosen one work as my base paper work. I have studied all the related works and I tried to enhance the work and build a new algorithm for detecting the license plate. So in the first work, they have used an Egyptian license plate to detect that characters. They used edge detection morphological operation to recognize the license plate. And then in second work, they did the vehicle tracking. So they track the vehicle and find the distance between the distance using the Euclidean distance, and they recognize the test. Next, in third one, they tried to recognize the text from Brazilian license plate. At fourth, they captured the license plate under thresholded using binary techniques. So these things are already there, but still it's lacked with an accuracy. So we try to enhance that or improve the accuracy. So in the proposed, this is actually my second work. My first work is I tried to localize the license plate from the image. The image consists of background details such as other vehicles and the car and the colors, and it has an enormous details. So in my first work, I tried to localize my license plate and draw a bounding box around that license plate. This is my first work, which I will present tomorrow in the fourth session. So here now I'm going to present how I segmented the license plate and sliced each character to recognize the license plate number. So in the objective of my proposed work is I applied a perspective transform to extract the license plate, to crop the license plate number, and then I used connected component analysis to find the characters present in the license plate images. And then third, I used contour properties. Contour means outline. So text has some unique contours. So I used contour properties to prune license plate characters from the background of the license plate. Fourth, I proposed an algorithm to prune the license plate characters from the license plate images. Fourth, I displayed the characters from the images. These are the set of localized plane images. I have taken the dataset images from Media Lab dataset. There we can find only the car images. From there, I localize the images. These are the image outputs I got in my first work. So I'm using the output of my first work as an input in my second work. So what I have done is I include the input as my localized. I'll give an input, and first and second I will convert it to I crop the license plate using perspective transform, and then I convert the RGB image to HSV plane. Why I converting to HSV plane means in value I can reveal the lighter details from the darker background. So so as to get the information from the darker background, I am converting my image to HSV plane. From there, I am getting the values from the V plane, that is value plane. After that, I am applying adaptive thresholding. Why I have chosen adaptive thresholding means I can fix the thresholding value based upon some matrix. So say, for example, if I need to fix the matrix value for 5 cross 5 means I can fix. If I want to fix the matrix value of my image to 20 cross 20 means I can adjust based upon my image. Whereas the other thresholding means it will manually fix. Also, it will manually fix based upon the image. So I want to what I want to manipulate in my image. So I choose that adaptive thresholding so that I can fix the thresholding value based upon my license plate images. This is my flowchart of my proposed work. The phase 1 segmentation. How I'm going to segment it. How I segmented the license plate character is I'm loading the license plate image, and then I'm applying the perspective transform to crop that license plate, and then I'm converting the image to HSV plane, and then I'm extracting the value of V plane, and then I'm applying adaptive thresholding, and then I'm initializing a mask. While I'm initializing mask means to get the characters present from the license plate images. So I have to prune the other non-characters. I want only the characters. So I'm initializing a mask and I'm looping over the each component. If the value is 0 means it's background, I'm ignoring it. If it's not 0, it has some other value means I'm taking that component. So for each value, then contour and outline will be drawn. So I'll check whether the contour value is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0 only means it means it's an object. Otherwise, it's not an object. It's in a background value. So based upon that, I'm checking whether it's an character or non-character, and then I'm grabbing the largest contour. Largest contour in the sense why I'm picking means I'm going to sort based upon the contour size. So I'm grabbing the largest contours. So and then I'm computing the aspect ratio for the text. So aspect ratio means height and width of the contour. So and I'm calculating the aspect ratio for the text, character region, and solidity for the contour region, and height ratio for the component. Okay. So here I'm going to check if the aspect ratio less than 1.0 and solidity greater than 0.15 and height ratio must be between 0.4 and 0.95. All this value I fixed manually by checking by training my images. I manually fixed these values. These values are not taken from anywhere. I manually fixed these values. After once I'm pruned the character regions, I draw a convex hull. Convex hull means it looks like a rubber band effect or a masking effect. I'll display the masking effect on my that detected text, and then I'll prune the characters, and then with this the segmentation phase gets over. Next one is slicing. Why I incorporated slicing means in segmentation also some non-character regions will be detected or displayed as a text. So I am incorporating slicing of the license plate character. Here I am loading the segmented output of my previous work as an input. That is the segmented images as my input. And then I calculate the contours. If it has any contours means characters. So here the number according to the machine, then for us only it's a number, for machine it's a contour. Okay, so I'm checking if the contours has any values means it will proceed to the next step, or otherwise it will find another contour. So I'm applying bitwise AND operator. What's the use of applying bitwise operator? Means bitwise operator return the value of 1 if both values were a conflict. It will return output as 1 if we give input as 0 and 1. So what I'm doing is I'm comparing each iteration of my image with the previous output, so that I can get only the character region and prune the non-character region, so that I'm applying bitwise AND operator at each level. Once I did on each iteration of steps, I use the bitwise AND operator, and then I initialize the mask and loop over each contours means each character, and I draw the bounding box around the detected text. Like that the flow will go. So I'll prune that non-character region and I'll show only the character regions. These are the output. This is my input image. Here the license plate is highlighted with the bounding box, green color bounding box. With the green color bounding box, next time what I'll do, I'll apply perspective transform. If I give perspective transform means the image will be cropped and displayed like this, figure 5. And then I'm applying adaptive thresholding. The output of the adaptive thresholding will look like this. Now the thresholding image has both the character and the non-character regions. So what I have to do means I have to prune the non-character regions. In figure 8, we have the sample of outputs. So first image, left side first image, we can see first one is perspective transform applied image. Second one is threshold applied image. Third one, we can see some mask like things, that is convex hull applied connected. It is an output image after applying the convex hull and connected components, all the proposed work applied image. This is the third output. So this is a sample of outputs which I have got. So here I have pruned all the non-character region and I got the convex hull for only the character region. In the third image, in the first figure 9, third column, that at last phase at convex hull, I have detected some non-character region as character region. So I got some extra information as a character. So what I am doing is, so that only I'm moving to the slicing phase, where what I'll do means I draw a horizontal line across my image. If that horizontal line, if the contours lies between the horizontal lines, it's a character region. If it's not lines means it's a non-character region. So based upon this, I'll prune that extra characters. So you can see in figure 11, I have highlighted the non-character region and I'm pruning in the next step. So after applying character pruning, extra blocks have been removed. So here is my algorithm. I'm loading my image and applying the perspective transform and converting my RGB image to HSV plane. So and applying adaptive thresholding, and I'm each image size will be different. So I'm fixing at this stage I'm fixing all image to 650 cross 650 size, and then I'm applying connected component analysis and I'm looping over each components. After that, I'll display only the detected regions. These are the examples for the successfully applied character pruning. So if we apply bitwise AND operator, we will get we can prove some more. We can get some more clear information or output. So as I already said, I have taken a data set image from Media Lab data set. Why I choose a Media Lab data set is maintained by the Greece country. Okay, now I tried to get an Indian license plate, but our country restricted, and I can't view the license plate from that image. So that I moved to this repository, university available repository. From there, I've chosen 139 images, and I have chosen the remaining images from the Google Map images of our license plate, our car images, such as an Ola cars, and I tried to capture images from my camera, and I tested. For some images, I have gotten output. So as a result, what I am trying to say, even if the image was skewed, distorted, or taken at the very uneven lighting, my proposed work, this algorithm tries to detect. It will detect as comparatively best than the existing system. So which we try to remove the non-character region. So these are the outputs as I explained already. So here you can see in the first image, a non-license plate region also detected as a license plate region. I have got few miss outputs also. I have placed those also here. So it's still lagging, even though I have improved, but it's still lag. So it still needs to be enhanced. So I'll take it as my future work. So in the second image, you can view that license plate, the non-license plate regions were detected as a license plate, and it's drawn and bounding box around it. So as a future work, I will have to concentrate on all those things. These are. So this is another output for character pruning. So and after that, I have calculated precision. So I evaluated my proposed system using the two metrics called precision and recall. True positive means the correct if I recognized correctly means it's a true positive. False positive means it's not a license plate, but I've detected it as a license plate, means that come under false positive category. False negative means it's a negative. If I reported it as a positive, if my algorithm written as a positive, means it's come under a false negative. So based upon these metrics I have calculated, I've got a decent accuracy for all those. As a conclusion, initially I localized license plate images, and I have incorporated all those techniques to segment and slice the license plate images. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yeah, the first question, which is suited from the audience, is actually how to use HSV plane, ma'am. In which tool we should convert RGB images to HSV?
Yeah, I have used Python. You can do in MATLAB or Python. It's a single line code. RGB to HSV, it's a single line code.
So you have used Python as your tool for the very entire project also?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have used Python, open source, not Jupyter or anything. I have manually written the code and executed in command prompt.
Actually, for the conclusion, before the conclusion slide, that's the problem. I couldn't tell the slide number. Actually, that's what I insist the people to put up the slide number. You see, yes, previous slide. You are showing that in the third line, the number of images that you have taken is 159, yes, and sir. True positive is 155, false positive is 104, and false negative is 3. Now you see the total is going for 162. Is it correct actually?
Sir, actually, all the things I've done manually, sir. Actually, I've tested and written like that only I've done. I've not calculated these measures on the system. Since it's my
how can you say it should done only in the system? How can you do it in manually? Sir, how can you compare two images? See, you are getting some image, you are recognizing some output, you are recognizing number plate, certain number plate.
Okay, sir. Okay.
How can you say without help of a system?
No,
How can
sir.
you do it?
Yes, sir. I have done the remaining one part. Initially, I have taken the license plate images of media. I have taken image from Media Lab data set, sir. For that, I have tested in the machine, sir. Later, I have added the images, sir. So for that, I have added it and checked manually only, sir.
Even then, see those third line and fifth line. I have a doubt. That's what I'm asking. For 159 images,
So,
the
sir,
total.
I'll check, sir.
Yeah, check it. The total comes to 162.
Okay, sir.
Will your algorithm is working for a movable car? When the car is moving, will your algorithm is
I
working?
have already mentioned, sir, those are my future works. So now I am taken only the image with the background details.
So then you are doing some
Yes,
say
sir. For
pre-processing.
Yes, sir. I have to fix a device like Raspberry Pi. So I am doing these things. So I am fixing that object to capture the image, a moving object. So I am doing all those things. So those are those incorporate some video. We have to give an video input. So far I am doing with an images, working with the images or not. So I have to do it as a future work. Sir.
Yeah.
So
Okay. Okay. Congrats, ma.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You can close it, ma.
One more participant is waiting, sir.
Oh, then do it, ma. Do it.
I would like to call Sri Pratha ma'am, Mr. P. Kumaragurudasan sir, and Dr. P. A. Murugan sir to present their paper.
No, yeah, it's delivered.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible, sir? Is my screen shared?
Yeah, I hand over
Good
to
afternoon,
it's audible.
Yes. Is my screen
Ma'am,
shared?
kindly try to complete within 10 minutes, ma'am. I'm sorry to disturb you because the afternoon session is going to start at 1:30, ma'am.
Oh, sure. I'll make it as fast as
Yes,
possible.
ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sri Pratha, research scholar, full-time research scholar from State Resource Center. And my guide is Dr. Kumaragurudasan, sir, and he's a research fellow from State Resource Center. My co-guide is Dr. T. Velmurugan, Associate Professor, DG Vaishnav College. Today, I'm presenting a paper, Catalyst, which is a customizable digital framework for upgrading the competency of neoliterates. Now, we all are living in a world of digital learning, right? I mean, right from kindergarten till the post-graduation, all the education is happening through online for the past 1.5 years due to the pandemic. But that is not the case for neoliterates or unskilled workers. People there are people in the rural areas who find it difficult even to navigate through the touchscreen phones. They are more comfortable with the button phones still. So this framework is designed for those people who are unskilled neoliterates, and the name Catalyst is given because it might speed up the process of learning for them. Now, what is the role of digital learning? Now, when it comes to digital learning, how even now, when we are doing a digital learning through online platforms, we could see it as a promoting tool for online education. Now, in this place where face-to-face education is not possible, we are doing it, this digital learning platforms like Zoom or the classrooms, they help us to strengthen the education system during this tough times. And it improves the quality in education. It broadens the learning opportunities. With the help of online resources, we are able to broaden the search, and we are not restricted only to the textbooks. And it definitely acts as a great tool for transferring knowledge and for upgrading the skills of learners. And it definitely leads, because of the interactiveness and engaging skills, it leads to better performance and better results. Before we go for the framework, I would like to introduce the levels of digital learning. So there are 3 different stages by which the digital learning process happens. The first one is competency, the second one is the usage, and the third one is the actual digital transformation process. So as I said before, there are people who are not even comfortable with the touchscreen navigation system. So those people, they lack a lot of motivation and they have a fear of using or adapting towards the digital learning environment. So the first level of digital learning has to be the competence level, where the learners should be, I'm talking about the adult learners here. So the learners should have confidence towards the technology. So that is the first step, which is digital competence. Then once when they feel confident of the use, when they feel confident of how to use it, whether it is a laptop or whether it's a tab or whether it is a computer or whether it's a personal assisting device, we have to make them use it and on a day-to-day basis. I mean, we have to give them one particular job that has to be done on a regular basis so that they get familiar with how to use digital learning and the platform. And then the third form, which is the digital transformation, happens when they are ready to explore more and spread their knowledge by trying multiple platforms. So competence is bringing their skills up and adding confidence to them. Then making them use one particular portion, and once when they are comfortable, they will be exploring more, which is the digital transformation. So these are the 3 stages of digital learning. As I said before, level 1 is the foundation level. The level 2 is the usage level, where the application of whatever once when they are confident, they will be using it. And the more they use, the more confident they will become, and they will use it on a day-to-day basis. What are the benefits of digital literacy? Now, improved interaction between the student and the teachers. Now, we all know that.
Please come to your framework, ma'am, so that
yes,
we can wind up.
Oh, sure, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so this is the framework has got 5 different stages: analysis, planning, designing, implementation, and support. Just like any software development tool, these are the 5 stages. The analysis is the one where these people are not the normal people. I mean, the people who are aware of the basics of technology. So the analysis forms a very important part for my framework, where the base analysis will ask them how they want them. It can be done in the form of a questionnaire to understand their existing digital competency. So based on this questionnaire, how they are going to give the feedback based on their requirement, the planning, designing, implementation, and support stages will happen. So the analysis plays a very vital role, where we get the requirements of the users, and based on their requirements, the planning, designing, implementation, and support will happen. I mean, if they feel like they want to have the sister platform in a regional language like Tamil or Telugu, then the designing and the planning and designing has to be implemented accordingly. Just for example, I'm saying that. So the implementation, the entire framework has been divided into 3 different portals. One is admin, the other one is the learner, and the other one is the instructor. These 3 can coordinate with each other to upload their content or to see their profiles and to do the learning process. So this is the entire architecture of the Catalyst framework, where as I said before, there are 3 different portals. In the learner's portal, the learner will be able to see or update his or her own profile. Then you have a digital skill analysis report. This is based on the questionnaire that was provided in the analysis phase of the framework. Then they can see their academic performance report, they can see their assignments, and they can see all the learning material. All these will be available for the learner's portal. From the instructor's perspective, the entire class digital competency reports, their teaching material, what are the courses they are assigned to, and their teaching learning plan, and the profile of the instructors are available for the instructor's portal, which is accessible by the instructor. The admin, on the other hand, is the person who will be controlling the entire portal. So he will have the access to both the learner and the instructor's portal, where all the entire overall material and the database will be controlled by the admin portal. So this is the architecture of the Catalyst framework. So this framework is not fully implemented. It is under implementation process. I have my research area is the broader domain of my research area is deployment of M-learning for adult education. So I have created a very small demo mobile app for the adult, the neo-literate learners. So based on the analysis that I did before, I have created a small demo app for them. And I hope that these kind of frameworks will be able to provide a different formation or a different transformation for the adult and the neoliterate learners. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ma.
Yes,
Now the audience, do you have any questions to raise, sir? Actually, number of portals are available doing the same like online teaching or digital framework.
Very true, sir. Very true.
Yeah, how your work is differ from others? See, Google Classroom is there, Byju's app is there.
Yes, sir. But people like us who are familiar with the technology are able to use it, sir. But when I went for asking the questionnaire to them, I could really see that those people are not even comfortable by using the touch screens. They want that Nokia 1100 phone, and they are more comfortable with that. So this work is more, and not many platforms are available for neoliterate peoples.
So will your work will work on Nokia 1100?
No, sir. This platform can be taken. I mean, this cannot be taken because obviously, when I want to reach to them, the initial work
you have explained some gap in between the existing existing portal as well as the expected thing.
Yes, sir. See, the thing is, I'm designing and I've just done the analysis, and based on, see, when I went there, it is not that they are comfortable using the Nokia 1100 phone, but they have an urge to use touchscreen phones, but they lack the confidence. They feel like they are not comfortable using the new phone. So when I went to the survey, I understood that they want things in the regional language, because none of the platforms like Byju's or anything, they have in Tamil for implementation purposes. And the State Resource Center, the research center where I'm working, they teach the basic Tamil to vocational courses to their learners. So I have converted their material, whichever they are taking in the form of a textbook. They wanted me to convert it into a form of a mobile application. So that is my domain now, sir.
Okay. All the best, ma'am. All the very
Thank
best.
you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Sudha, ma'am. We'll wind up, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Respected sir and dear participants, kindly switch on your video for photo screenshot. Participants. Sir, kindly switch on your video, sir.
Welcome, sir. Welcome, Velmurugan, sir.
Participants. Dear participants, kindly switch on your video.
Velmurugan, sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vanga sir.
Yes, it's over.
Vanga session over.
Over, sir. Over, sir. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Right, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. ஒரு நிமிஷம் இருங்க, நான் ஒரு சில செட்டிங்லாம் பண்ணிட்டு வந்துடுறேன்.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, participants.
Sir, I request you to share few words, sir.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, few of the papers, it's really very good, but nobody certain gaps is actually nobody is having a slide number. I think the participants are there, or they may be quitted actually. I would like to share the only one point is many of them, they don't have a slide PPT slide number, and a few people they didn't enter the what is their base paper and what is their say called literature review is not found, and no reference is there. But anyhow, a few papers, and particularly the Professional College student, they did a fantastic job, and really I'm so happy, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Sudha, ma'am, I will send the report by night.
Sir, just wait, sir. Just Pandishwari will propose the vote of thanks.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon to all. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this technical session 1. At first, I would like to thank our resource person, Dr. A. Murugan sir, for accepting our invitation. Sir, we have learned
how to present paper by your valuable suggestions. Thank you once again, sir. And I thank all our participants from various colleges for making this event a grand success. Thank you, one and all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. All the best, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Sudha, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank you,
much,
ma'am.
sir.
Thank you.
Sir.
ஓகே மேம், எப்படி ஏதாவது பிரேக் விடுறீங்களா?
No, sir. No, sir. It will affect 1:30 we scheduled your session, sir. So we can
Okay.
start, sir. No problem for us.
லஞ்ச் பிரேக் எல்லாம் விடலையா? பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் கேட்க மாட்டாங்களா?
Sir,
தெரியல.
we thought, sir, we first thought, sir, but once we scheduled, no, sir, உங்களோட டைமிங்ஸ் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கும், sir.
இல்ல நீங்க வேற ஒரு 15-20 மினிட்ஸ் விடுறதா இருந்தாலும் விடுங்க, எனக்கு ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை கிடையாது, நான் எங்க தான் இருக்கேன்.
Okay, sir. Then shall we give 15 minutes break, sir?
Yes. ஏன்னா எல்லாருமே ஃப்ரீ ஃபுல்லா இருந்திருப்பீங்க. ஒரு 15-20 மினிட்ஸ் பிரேக் விட்டுங்க, நான் திருப்பி வரேன், ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை, அப்படியே ஆன்ல தான் இருப்பேன்.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
நோ ப்ராப்ளம்.
Thank you, sir.
பாத்துங்க.
Yes, sir.
ரைட்.
Participants, kindly come back after 15 minutes. Kindly stay back. After 15 minutes, we can start the afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, audible.
Hello. பாத்துட்டேன். ஓகே. ஓகே. நான் ஒரு கான்ஃபரன்ஸ் மீட்டிங்ல இருக்கேன். சொல்லு. வீட்ல இருக்கேன். 2:30 மணிக்கு வா, 2:45 வா.
Sir, shall we start, sir? Start, sir.
Yes, we can start. So, Allow me to share my screen when I start the session. Okay.
Yes, sir. Already did, sir.
Yeah.
Very
Start.
good afternoon to one and all present here. Every day you learn something new, said by Dennis Brown. Learning is a treasure that will follow its owner everywhere. It's a great pleasure to welcome everyone for the keynote speech session 2 of day 1. On behalf of our management, Sri Kannika Parameshwari Arts and Science College for Women, under the guidance of IQAC and the Department of Computer Science Shift 1 and Department of Computer Applications, I would like to introduce Dr. T. Velmurugan Sir, Associate Professor, DG Vaishnava College, Chennai, who is the keynote speaker for the session Internet of Robotic Things, and he will also be the chairperson for the next technical session 2. He is working as an associate professor in the PG and Research Department of Computer Science and Applications. Also, he is the advisor and head for Department of Computer Application. He holds a PhD degree in computer science from the University of Madras. He has 27 years of teaching experience. He has guided more than 300 MPhil research scholars. Also, he has guided 13 PhD scholars and currently guiding 8 PhD scholars. He has published more than 110 articles in Scopus and SCI Index journals. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation and grace the session. On behalf of one and all, once again, I welcome you, sir. Kindly take over the session, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Right? Is my screen shared?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I would like to welcome you all for the International Conference on Innovations in Disruptive Technologies. The program, the conference is organized by the Sri Kannika Parameshwari Arts and Science College for Women, Chennai. First, I would like to thank for the organizers for having inviting me as a resource person for this international conference, to the management committee members, principal, vice principal, and IQAC coordinators, and the heads of the computer science and the computer applications, the faculty members of the same college. Thank you very much for inviting me for this international conference. Dear participants, in this session, we have to discuss about the basic concept of the Internet of Robotic Things. Already you are all known very well about what is the information which is usually utilized by the world peoples nowadays using the IoT, Internet of Things. A lot of informations are available in order to share with you. But in this session, particularly we have to discuss about the robotics concept, robotic part of the Internet of Things. What is the role of the robotics in the Internet of Things? That we want to discuss in this session. Okay. Now what is the content of this session? First we decide to define the IoT, Internet of Robotic Things. What are the current technologies and applications, challenges, future directions? Finally, we conclude the session. You are all known very well about the Internet of Things. The Internet of Things is the network of physical objects or things embedded with the electronics, software, sensors, and network connectivity, which enables these objects to collect and exchange data. Actually, the Internet of Things is the one of the #1 emerging area of the information revolutionary area. One of the very famous emerging technology is IoT. There are other emerging technologies are available in the field of information technology, that is in computer science, in computer applications, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, network security, and machine learning. These are all the various kinds of emerging technologies, revolutionary technologies, modern technologies utilized by most of the peoples in the world, whether they are living in a village, whether they are living in a urban, the 100% developed urban satellite city, anywhere else, at least two of the technologies within these four technologies are utilized by many peoples in the world. Almost 90 to 95% of the peoples in the world. One of the recent technology in the field of the information technology is one of that is Internet of Things. This is actually this IoT allows objects to be sensed and controlled remotely across existing network infrastructure. Utilizing the existing network infrastructure, how we can remotely access our gadgets which are connected by means of the internet. By means of the internet, some of the gadgets are activated. How some of the gadgets are activated through by means of this internet technology. That is the study of the Internet of Things. For example, smart home technology is actually one of the technologies, smart home technology, in which there are various gadgets are available. IoT devices are utilized for controlling the smart home. For example, Raspberry Pi is the number one gadget, number one IoT device which is available in order to control and monitor your home. That is one of the example for the IoT device, IoT equipment. Okay, so now what is the use of this IoT gadgets, IoT devices? How this IoT devices are actually work? Just like internet, nowadays the internet has changed the way we work, changed the way we communicate. The information is changed between the work people, and in order to communicate your information to other people, to each other, this internet is fully utilized. So how this internet is actually used for the connection between the peoples, which are all those who are all living in the world nowadays. This is the main concept of the IoT. So IoT also aims to take this connectivity to another level by connecting multiple devices. There are various multiple devices are utilized for the use of the IoT devices. The IoT devices are actually normally have sensors and devices. From the sensors, some informations are sensed by means of the specialized kind of devices. And then this sensed informations through the devices are connected by means of the network connection. The user interface and the data processing work are together sensed by means of the specially connected, internet oriented, connection oriented sense devices, and then the the data are processed. Whatever the request of the user, everything should be processed. So this is this general concept of the IoT device. So through by means of the sensors and some devices, some informations are identified, sensed, and then the information which are given, identified by the devices, are processed. The processing work is capable of having the user's requirements, user's interface, then everything is controlled by means of the connectivity, that is by means of the internet. This is in this way the IoT actually works. How the four fundamental components of IoT system, which tells us how IoT works. Sensors, devices collect the data surrounding information, surrounding environment. The surrounding environment based information are collected by the sensors and the devices. By means of the connectivity, the sensors can be connected to the cloud through various mediums of communication and transports. Okay. The sensors can be connected to the cloud through various mediums of communication and transports such collected information through cellular networks, satellite networks, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, WAN and MAN. Everything is connected by means of this Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, satellite networks and cellular networks. So all the informations which are connected by means of these sensors and the devices are processed, and then whatever the information required for the processing of the user requirements are processed. This is the in this way the IoT exactly works. Okay. Now there are a lot of IoT branches. Internet of Things are divided into various categories. There are many branches of IoT are available. One is Internet of Medical Things, Internet of Nano Things, Internet of Mobile Things, Industrial Internet of Things, Internet of Autonomous Things, Internet of Robotic Things, and etc. There are various methods, various branches of IoT are available. You know that very well. Industrial Internet of Things, IIoT, is the key role played in the IT sectors, key role played in the companies, corporate sectors. In the corporate sectors, the role of the IIoT, Industrial Internet of Things, is very high. Therefore, we can have many branches which are utilized perfectly the use of the IoT devices, IoT concept. One of the branch is Internet of Robotic Things. The Internet of Robotic Things is actually coined by the word IoRT. Its meaning is Internet of Robotic Things. In the Internet of Things, how we can utilize the robotics, by various ways. There are various ways are available in order to communicate with the Internet of Things and the robotics. So it is a mix of diverse technologies like cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and Internet of Things. The robotics are required for the data processing purpose. Any robots must require some cloud informations, AI oriented, machine learning oriented concepts, machine learning oriented information extraction by means of this Internet of Things. So IoT, ML, AI and cloud computing are the diverse technologies which are utilized perfectly in the IoT, Internet of Robotic Things. So therefore the Internet of Robotic Things itself was coined in a report of ABI Research Center to denote concept where sensor data from a variety of sources are fused. So in the physical world, simply we can say the communication between the robot and IoT is the study of the Internet of Robotic Things. Now, what are the various fields which are available exactly for the IoT, Internet of Things, Internet of Robotic Things? Is there are various fields: information exchange, artificial intelligence, bioengineering, mechatronics. Mechanics and electronics are nowadays called as mechatronics. Combination of mechanics and electronics, because if in order to build a robot, you must require some mechanics as well as electronics. So this field mechatronics is actually coined by combining mechanics and electronics. These two are essential part of building a robot. Okay, then robotics, then cyber physics, forensic sciences and cyber security, which involves cyber physics. Okay, so then cooperation. These are the various fields which are effectively utilized this Internet of Robotic Things. Actually, what is IoRT? What are the platforms? Edge computing. The IoRT contains various platforms. Mainly these platforms are utilized in IoRT. Edge computing, autonomous functions, AI processing, connectivity purposes, DLT, distance learning, distance learning and teaching purposes, this IoT devices are very well effectively utilized. IoT devices. So the IoT devices or IoT gadgets are safety, security, resilience, reliability, everything. So all these are based on the autonomous of robotic things intelligence, augmented robotic things of intelligence, assisted robotic things of intelligence. If you want to speak about these three categories, each and every category must require minimum of an hour. Then what is called as autonomous robotic things of intelligence? An autonomous agent, an autonomous software, an autonomous agent, an intellectual agent, an agent which captures some information from an environment, and then the captured informations are processed by means of the robotic things. The captured informations are intellectually processed by means of this robotic things is the study of the autonomous robotic things intelligence. So augmented reality, in order to combine the augmented informations in the robotic things of intelligence and assisted, the Sri is one of the number one IoT device which are utilized by the world peoples. Arduino is one of the IoT devices which are utilized. There are various platforms, there are very iPad virtual assistants are created for by using this IoT technologies. Most of the virtual assistants in the TV itself nowadays, we are all see that some of the virtual assistant, I don't know, I forgotten the name. Every day the virtual assistant switch on the AC. Yes, yeah. If you say switch on the AC, automatically your virtual assistant will switch on the AC and the switch off the AC. Everything is controlled. That is one of, these are all internet of robotic things. These are all coined by using the internet of robotic things. Therefore, lot of informations are processed by the using this IoT. Okay, now what are the various main categories of various points of the IoT, various fields of the IoT? The IoT perfectly utilizes in computer science. For example, edge computing, cloud computing, theory of computation, distributed computing, design of computer systems. In these topics, in computer science, the IoT are replaced. In mathematics, logics, error estimation, algorithms, statistical evaluation, optimization, algebra, geometry. In material science, some of the fields like bio-inspired materials, composite materials that combine sensing, actuation, computation. First, I want to inform you one thing. I already informed you intellectual agent and intellectual intelligent agent. In the place of intelligent agent, you have to assume either a specialized kind of software program or a specialized kind of robotics. A machine, a robotic machine, you can assume intelligent agent. In the place of intelligent agent, you have to assume a robot, or you have to assume a intelligent software program. For example, an intelligent software program automatically gets some amount, withdraw some amount from your account in the banking sector and transfer every month first onwards to other people's, if you given the standing instruction in that software. So that is also considered as a intelligent software, intelligent agent. So in the place of intelligent agent, some softwares are utilized, some machines are utilized. So there are various kinds of material science oriented informations are extracted. In law department, various accountability, liability, privacy, technological development, new technological development which are utilized. AI, how the robotics are utilized, you know that very well. Then cognitive science, understanding purposes, how the process are understand, how a decision making process is carried out in the cognitive science. In psychology, human machine interaction, human machine interfaces, behaviors are exactly carried out. In physics and biology, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software engineering. Now psychological approach of some kind of study is carried out in computer science is software engineering. How you have to develop a theoretical concept. For that, it is not necessary to develop your own programs in the software engineering. That is psychological approach of the theoretical concept. So there were a number of software programs are exactly fetched for doing some kind of specialized work by using this IoT devices, IoRT, robotic things, Internet of Robotic Things. Okay, what is the concept and architecture of the IoRT? The concept of IoRT was coined by Don Kara. Currently, most IoT initiatives are focused on using connected devices with simple passive sensors to manage, monitor, optimize systems and their processes, usually as part of supply chain optimization efforts. Okay, therefore the combination of advanced sensing, communication, local distributed process and actuation take the original vision for the IoT to a wholly different levels. So there are various combinations are utilized by means of this IoT devices. Okay, what is the architecture of the IoRT? What are the layers in the IoRT? Now we are coming into the part of discussion about the layers of the IoRT. In the base physical layer, in the top service and application, in middle of these two layers, network and control. In the physical layer, some robots are utilized, some sensory devices are utilized, some actuators are utilized. Robots, sensory devices, actuators are available in the physical layer of any kind of IoRT. Then after that, some sensory devices, through by means of the sensory devices, some network, using some network, the informations are captured and processed, controlled by means of routers, controllers, cloud data storage, communication and control protocols. In the network protocols, we know that very well, a lot of network protocols are available. Okay, there are various controllers and routers are available in order to derive the information, extract the information, communicate the information, process the information. Everything is carried out. Now, finally, the information which are collected by means of the base two levels, base two layers are serviced. Cloud routers, smartphones, artificial intelligence, machine learning concepts are 100% application areas of this IoRT. So this is the basic structure of the IoRT, the basic structure of the IoRT. Okay. Now what is physical layer, which consists of the lowest part of the IoRT architecture, which contains hardware components such as robots, sensors, actuators. I already informed you, in the place of robot, you have to assume a intelligent agents, robots, intelligent agent. Intelligent agent may be a software or a machine. Intelligent agent is a method. Intelligent agent is a human. Intelligent agent is a platform, a program, a pattern, a technology. Everything is called as an intelligent agent. But an intelligent agent must do right thing, the rational thing. Rational thing means right thing. Doing right thing is the concept of the intelligent agent. Suppose if you instruct some instruction to a robot, particularly go and get it, all the instructions are perfectly done by the robots, but then all the instructions are perfectly done by the intelligent agent. Okay, so that is That's why the intelligent agent, in the place of robotics, you have to assume intelligent agent. So a robot can be represented, for example, a vehicle, a drone, a home appliance, a healthcare equipment. For nowadays, the healthcare department, lot of gadgets are used for the ECG, X-ray, and for the echocardiogram, CT scan, MRI scan. Everything is a intelligent agent. Everything is the controlled by the internet of robotic things. How, sir, for MRI scan, how the internet of robotic things are incorporated? Some sensors are fixed in the MRI scan machine. In the CT scan machine, some sensory devices are fixed. So, sir, using the sensory devices, the information are processed and transferred to the digital signals. The analog signals, the images are transferred to the digital signals in the MRI scan, CT scan, echocardiogram, and TMT test, ECG, X-ray, everything, in everything. So one of the very famous layer in the IORT is a physical layer. Then you know that very well what is the work of the network and control. Without the network and control layer, which cannot process, we cannot communicate anything else. Everything is captured, transferred, stored, retrieved is done by using this network and control layer. Then finally, the service and the application. What are the services are carried out? The service and application layer resides at the top of the IORT and relies on program implementations to properly perform the end user operations. Whatever the end user, we are the end users, the peoples, the humans are the end users. Whatever the instructions instructed to a IORT device, the IORT device must do exactly the instructions which are given by the end user, the humans. So this is the top level of the IORT architecture. Okay, now we coming to the part of application domains. In the disaster management, lot of IORT devices are utilized. Disaster response, a lot of major disasters happen on earth every year. Earthquakes, tsunamis, cyclones. When a calamity of this magnitude happens, the time is very precious. So how we can easily identify? With the specialized kind of some devices only we can identify when a tsunami will happen, then when a earthquake will happen, when a cyclone will happen. Everything is by means of controlled by using this specialized kind of devices which is incorporated using the IORT devices. So the most urgent task to achieve is to save as many people as possible in the shortest time. So therefore robots can offer a lot of help in this kind of situations. So there are various application domains of IORT, especially this earthquakes, tsunamis and cyclones identification. The IORT devices are replaced. In agricultural department, the number of processing work for in order to switch off a motor, switch on a motor which is available in your land. Everything is finding the temperature of a particular place, humidity of a particular place. You can use your IORT devices in the agricultural farm. There are 9 pillars of the IORT. There are 9 pillars of the IORT. Autonomous robots, simulation and augmented reality, horizontal and vertical integration, industrial IoT, cyber security, cloud, additive manufacturing, supply chain management, big data analytics. Okay, these are some branch of the IORT or pillars of the IORT. Now, one of the recent technological advancement is IORT. This within this 9 pillars, we must utilize at least 2 or 3 pillars in our daily day-to-day life. That is very well you know that way. Now, what is Internet of Robotic Things? There are two categories. One is a smart space, another one is robots. In the IoT utilizes effectively by means of using the robots, by means of using the smart space. Smart space is a software which have some environment. It's a program which have some work. It's a software with the program which perfectly done for doing or monitoring, capturing, finding, analyzing. Everything is considered in the place of smart space. Robots can take actions utilizing the decisional autonomy, perception, manipulation, multi-agent control, control planning, human-robot interaction are the technologies utilized in robots. What are the various applications are robots? Assistive robots, that is where I already informed you. Manipulators, service robots, mobile vehicles robots. Okay, everything is the concept of the robots. Now, in the smart space, monitoring, observing the informations, cloud informations are monitored. Internet of Things by using wireless sensing and actuating. Data analysis are perfectly done. Distributed monitoring, distributed networking captures are the technologies utilized in the smart space area. Then there are various applications: so smart room, smart factory, smart building, smart city are the examples, applications areas of the IoT. Now the other applications of IoT are personal robots, autonomous supply chain, healthcare, automated vehicles, physical security and monitoring. These are some other applications of the IoT. Already you know that very well what is the use of the healthcare, what is the use of personal robots, and what is the use of physical security and monitoring. Smart homes, robot guards are utilized in the physical security. Disaster management, military areas utilizing the automated vehicles, automated flights, automated vehicles, cars are available. Autonomous of supply chain, maintenance of a particular software, manufacturing of a particular product, automated e-commerce, e-business information, precision agriculture. These are all autonomous supply chain management. Telepresence robots, this is personal robots. You can sit in India, but you can control the robot which is available in USA. This is called as telepresence robots. So the application areas of the IoT are very high. It's not possible to discuss all these things. Okay, now autonomous supply chain, what is maintenance, manufacturing, automated e-commerce. For these purposes, the IoT are effectively utilizes. All parts of a supply chain from production of raw materials to the delivery systems can be automated with the help of IoT. Maintenance purpose, manufacturing purpose, automated e-business. Nowadays, the Amazon, Flipkart are done the automated e-commerce concepts. Amazon, Flipkart facilities of the future will have very few to no personnel in the lower and middle tiers. Okay, very well effectively the Amazon and Flipkart softwares are done their work. Then another point is precision agriculture. IoT can be used in precision agriculture. Whether today is there any rainy available, whether what is the humidity, what is the what are the possibilities of getting the other informations, rainy or sunny, or how many fertilizers are utilized, what is the content of the pesticides, and what are the content of the water which is available in the land. Everything is controlled by means of this is precision agriculture oriented IoT device. Healthcare, I am once again not necessary to talk about the healthcare technologies. In the healthcare technologies, 90 to 95% of the healthcare people's, the healthcare technology are utilized this IoT. 90% to 95% of the health informations are processed by using this IoT. For example, MRI scan, CT scan, TMT test, echocardiogram, everything, ECG, everything is controlled, acted by means of this IoT. So personal robots, you know that smart homes, telepresence robots. I already informed what is telepresence robots. Smart homes. So Raspberry Pi. If you install Raspberry Pi device in your home, then you can close your door of your home when you are available in your office. You can open the door of your home when you are available in your office or anywhere else. This is very well perfectly done by using the personal robots. So the physical security and the monitoring is robot guards are utilized. Disaster management, how they are utilized already we explained. The physical security and monitoring purposes. Therefore, IoT systems can be used to avoid risk to valuable human lives by replacing human personnel in different situations that pose threats. So there are various categories of physical security and monitoring purposes are carried out. Nowadays, the CCTV is capturing the information which are happening in front of the TV. This is one of the physical security and monitoring example. The automated vehicles, auto driver, auto car, autopilot, these are all controlled by the IoT concept. These are all 100% done by using the IoT concept. Auto car, autopilot, auto translation, everything is carried out. Google translation itself one of the IoT concept. So IoT in practice, a lot of informations are processed by using this IoT. So we can make robots economical, still stands as a barrier to that. So most of the current applications of IoT are with industrial robots. The role of the industrial robots are very high nowadays. So Amazon robotic fulfillment centers are 100% utilized. The business peoples, e-commerce peoples are 100% utilizing this IoT concepts. Therefore, for example, Amazon has already put robots to use on large scale in its warehouse. Amazon robotics fulfillment center employs robot alongside human employees for packing boxes, moving inventory, other purposes. Everything is mostly utilized. Therefore, 2 lakhs robots are used in the Amazon company. Amazon currently has more than 2 lakhs robots operating in its delivery fulfillment centers around the US. What is the special IoT device? Check. It is an intelligent mobile robot. It is an intelligent mobile robot. Check. For warehouse automation created by 6 river systems. It assists workers in transporting products across the warehouse. It maps zones where more work is needed to save time, moves autonomously, has mechanisms to avoid collisions and so on. So check is one of the very famous IoT device which utilized for controlling the warehouse, controlling the inventory. The another one device, IoT device, is iRobot. In the area of personal robots, small vacuum cleaners, the small vacuum cleaners are from iRobot have the potential to have pave the way to automated smart homes. So there are not sentient by any means, sentient by any means, but they connected to the cloud, can suggest and work through schedules and negative pathways, navigate the pathways. So iRobot is the number one concept which utilizes in the vacuum cleaner in the day-to-day usage. Now, what are the various applications of IoT aided robotic system in managing COVID-19? Now, the COVID-19 softwares are available. How these softwares are automated? So, if you give some symptoms based on your health-oriented, the softwares are suggest whether you positive or negative, everything is controlled. So nowadays, recently, these IoT devices are 100% utilized for identifying the COVID-19. Okay, for hospital management, screening and testing, detect wearing of mask and whether you wear the mask or not, whether you are quarantined, delivery of food and everything is controlled. Robot assistants are utilized. Disinfecting and cleaning are also carried out. Elderly and physically inspired care are carried out by means of this IoT. But in the IoT systems, IoT aided robotic systems, there are three major concepts. One is the cloud information. The second one is sensor and actuators. The third one is robots. These three are the very famous three major part, task, component, method which you place in the IoT. Therefore, within this small introduction about the IoT, we conclude that the IoT seems to have all qualities and prerequisites to become one of the core technologies to support the future smart society. In the smart society, the IoT, the role of the IoT is very high. So it is an emerging area aiming at integrating robotic technologies into IoT environments. It enables robotic systems to communicate with each other, connect to the cloud, share the data, finding the knowledge to accomplish a sophisticated task. The sophisticated tasks are 100% done by using this IoT devices. It is a vital technology that has potentially to bring enormous advantages in modern society. Okay, therefore, within this small introduction about the IoT, I conclude this session. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. I will clear whatever I know, because this is the IoT is the very famous current technologies. Just I prepared some kind of information, just I shared with you some kind of information. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Otherwise, thank you very much for silently, patiently listening my words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The important thing is to never stop questioning, said by Albert Einstein. Dear participants, kindly post your queries in chat box or unmute yourself and ask your queries.
Do you have any query?
Dear participants, kindly post in the chat box.
Screen sharing off பண்றங்க madam. Okay. Is there any questions? No, I think no questions in the chat box.
Yes, sir. So far, no questions in the chat.
Excellent session. Good afternoon. Good explanations, sir. No problem. Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you, sir. We got a crystal clear idea about the IoT and difference between IoT. And we have learned many terms like 9 pillars of IoT and Chuck, it is IoT, the controller of warehouse. And we have learned many applications, even it is using for the managing the period of COVID-19. Thank you, sir. We have learned many new terms and we got a knowledge about the IoT and IoT differences. Thank you once again, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Priyanka ma'am, kindly post the feedback link in the chat box. Participants, kindly fill the feedback form. With within few minutes, we are going to start the technical session 2. Participants, get ready with your presentation. So before starting the session, may I confirm the presenter, sir?
Yes.
Thank you,
Call
sir.
பண்ணுங்க one by one கூப்பிடுங்க. No problem.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Dear participants, I would like to confirm the presenters. Kindly say yes when I call out your names. Shweta ma'am, Saranya.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Dr. S. Kokila ma'am and Dr. S. Rajeshwari ma'am. They are joining now. Okay. The next participant, J. Karthikeyan sir and Dr. C. Jyoti Venkateshwaran.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next participant, Ms. V.R. Viju and Dr. R. Radha ma'am. Participants, kindly say yes if you are here. The next.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Then the next team, Punita ma'am and Dr. Murugan sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Angela Deepa and Yamini ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
SM Manimegalai ma'am and Dr. T. Ramaprabha ma'am. Manimegalai ma'am is here. Okay. K. Anusha ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Ma'am,
you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, almost everyone is here, sir.
Okay, we can start. We can call one by one. Share their screen present. No problem.
Okay, okay, sir. Participants, there is an instruction. Kindly keep up the timing. It only 10 minutes limit to present your presentation. So kindly keep up the timing. We shall start the technical session 2. I call upon Ms. Shweta and Saranya to present your research work.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you able to see, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to present the article titled Evaluating the Social Network Graph of Top 100 Twitter Celebrities Using a Centrality Measure, presented by V. Saranya and Shweta, student PG Department of Computer Science from SDNB Vaishnav College for Women, under the guidance Dr. M. Mahadevi, Associate Professor, PG Department of Computer Science from SDNB Vaishnav College for Women. Next. Introduction to our article. First of all, we want to see what is social network. A social network is a social structure made up of a set of social actors. Social actors is nothing like, but it's a kind of a celebrity. We call it as a social actors. Celebrities like sportsman, politician, actors, producer. We call them as a social actors in our social network. The social actor. It's a practice of expanding the number of one's business and or social contact by the making connection through the individual often different types of social media sites. From the different type of social media sites, we depend upon the Twitter social media sites. We use a Twitter social media site for our article, and Twitter is one such social media that allows a user to post a tweet of limited number of characters and share the tweet to their follower. Our article constructs a social network graph of top 100 Twitter celebrity who have the highest number of followers across the globe by user SNA metric. And what does SNA metric means? And the SNA metric interpret the characteristic of the people like most popular, influential, bridging across several groups, and informative that lead them to have more number of followers. And these things are going to be found with our collected data, and that means Twitter top 100 Twitter celebrities. Next objective. What we are going to find this article is the mainly we are taking the 5 objective to lead our article, to identify the top 5 active participants in the network, to identify the people interacting with the other group in the network, to identify the influential person in the network, to identify the informative person in the network. Next, literature review. We took 5 articles regarding or related to the Twitter social media sites. The first article titled Text Mining and Determining of the Sentimental Analysis Using the Twitter Social Media Sites, presented by the author Namugera Besongna Jipia. In this article, they mainly focused on the text mining and the determinants of sentimental analysis by using a traditional media house in Uganda. So this is the main activity of this article. And then second one, Antoniette's Dolis. It's a article titled Co-Evaluationary Dynamic in a Social Network in a case of a case study of a Twitter. What the article is mainly focused on is how the social media is worked on the how the social media is processed in the social media sites. These things are discussed in this their article. And then one third Twitter article is tampering with Twitter sample API. This was written by the authors Pfeffer, Mayer, Mossetter, and this article, the goal of this article is mainly used with the Twitter API, and their findings are how to illustrate the critical limitation and general issues of a big data sampling about the data handling in the Twitter social media site. And then fourth article titled World Cup 2014 in the Twitter world. This was written by the author Yang and Wang. It's also a sentimental analysis, but the sentimental analysis was taken by the big data analytic of the sports fan tweets in the era of World Cup 2014. And the last article we taken from the simple sentimental analysis in the Twitter, written by the author Rosenthal, Farah, and Nekov. This article was mainly focused on they take the sample Twitter user, and sentimental analysis has been recorded through the Twitter social media site. And then ma'am, shall I continue, ma'am?
Yes, ma, you can continue.
Then methodology of our article. The aim of the research work is to interpret the characteristic and analysis of the social network of top 100 celebrities. Our research comprises 3 stages. First one is data collection. First stage is data collection, and the second stage is Twitter network graph and the attribute of network. And then third stage is analysis of the network graph using SNA metrics. And then fourth stage is data collection in our article. How we are going to collect the data means we are taken the top 100 celebrities in our Twitter social media sites, and from there we have to record the relationship among the celebrities is collected from the data set. Each celebrity or Twitter user is considered as a node in our social network, and the relationship follows as represented as the ages, and they connect, and the connection each other of the celebrity network is based on their relationship. Next. Thus, the collected data is saved as a text file with the details from node to node with the relation follows. And the figure 1 represents how the sample data of top celebrities is look like. This is the way we collected the data for the other top 100 celebrity from the Twitter social media sites. And figure 2 represents how the data is converted into a data set from the collected data, and the data set is created by considering the top 100 Twitter celebrities and their followers or following each other among the Twitter celebrities as a text file. Attributes of network. This is the second stage of our methodology in our article. First one is directed graph. A directed graph is a collection of items that are linked together by edges and that are all directed from one node to other node. Then the second term is strongly connected component. If each pair of nodes in a directed network has a path in each direction, graph is said to be highly connected. The highly connected component in the network is called as strongly connected component. Then weakly connected component.
Excuse me, ma. Don't require your theoretical explanation. Directly, you can go to your experimental part. Okay. What is your experimental part? That alone you have to explain. You understand?
Slides are yes, sir. Yes, sir. Further slides are followed by Shweta.
Yeah. Okay.
SNA matrix. Sir, can I go to result part?
Yeah. Yes. You can go to the result part.
Fig 1 represents the Twitter network graph. It constructs with 100 nodes and 676 edges. It attributes of network. It constructs Twitter network graph is directed and completely weakly connected component. However, the graph is weakly connected. They have 18 strongly connected components, indicates that the network contains more than one community group linked by their interests. Density of the graph is 0.067, indicates that network is highly sparse, shows you that cluster or communities have their own interests and they are not connected to every node in the network. Tridimension measured based on the transivity. The network transivity of 0.1679 indicates there are few nodes are connected in transitive mode. SNA matrix. Table 3 represents the top 5 nodes in the degree centrality, closeness centrality, betweenness centrality, eigenvector centrality, forms a elite or a popular group of the network. The list of such selected people of the network are listed in 3. Table 4 represents the top 5 measures of SNA matrix. The highest 5-degree centrality are Ellen, Kanye West, Rihanna, Shakira, and Justin Timberlake are most followed and popular person in the network. Top 5 centrality, between the centrality in the network, Shakira and Rihanna, Kanye West, Kevin Hart, Shah Rukh Khan serve a link and bridge between different communities in the network. Eigenvector centrality, Rihanna, Shakira, Shah Rukh Khan, Kanye West, Kevin Hart. They are identified as powerful, influential Twitter nodes. Closeness centrality, Helen Tigger, Shakira become a closer. Barack Obama and Lil Wayne. Among others, they are great influence in the network. Interpretation. Interpretation is made using combining the centralitic measures. Fifth table represents the interpretation of the group. A top 5 active participant of the network: Rihanna, Shakira, Barack Obama, Ellen DeGeneres, Lil Wayne. Rihanna and Shakira were active participants in the network since they are high eigen, high degree, high closeness, and high betweenness. Barack Obama and Ellen DeGeneres, Lil Wayne also are active participant due to since they have high closeness in the network. Shah Rukh Khan and Kevin Hart act as a bridges between two networks due to their high betweenness and low degree. Barack Obama and Lil Wayne DeGeneres have high closeness and low betweenness, makes them their dense cluster and more influential in the network. Barack Obama and Lil Wayne share the high closeness and low degree. As a result, they are more informative person in the network. Conclusion. Evaluating the social network graph in the Twitter network was examined, and top 5 active participants, people interacting with other group, influential person and informative person in the network was discovered. Future scope. Future scope of this article is that more complex network with almost all the connections can be analyzed, and some metrics of SNA can be applied to uncover more information from the data. Thank you.
Okay. Your presentation is good. No problem. What software you used for writing source code?
Python, sir. Colab we used, sir.
What?
Colab.
Is it in mentioned in your paper?
No, sir.
No, why? That's why I'm asking the question. Using what software the implementation part is done by you? One point that is not mentioned. Okay.
Okay, sir.
The another one point. So if other presenters are also available, you can look at my comments. You can hear my comments, whatever. From the top to bottom of your paper, I will evaluate. Evaluating the social network graph of top 100 Twitter celebrities using centralized measures. Okay. Whether you evaluate the social network or graph, what kind of information you want to evaluate? Is it possible to evaluate the social network? Do you understand my question? You can evaluate the method or algorithm, a technology, you can evaluate. But is it possible to evaluate a social network?
Sir, we evaluate the social network in the social media sites, sir. That is Twitter we used, sir.
Okay, right. I accept it. But whether the social network evaluation is accepted or rejected?
Accepted, sir. We only use the social networking.
But it is not mentioned in your conclusion. But it is not mentioned in your conclusion. Right. Okay. One more thing. The structure of the paper is little bit I accept, but there are various drawbacks are available. You have to prepare the title, author name, everything in this single sentence, single line spacing. But you have already given the title and author names up to author names 1.5 line spacing. But other contents are prepared by single line spacing, right? Is it right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 keywords are given. A maximum of 6 keywords alone are given. 1 point. Another 1 point. In the keyword, the word Twitter is used. Twitter is the general word. The general word will never appear in the keyword place. Okay. So it should be social network is the general word. You can use the keyword like social network analysis. It is given, so it is good. But Twitter is not a accepted keyword. Like there are a lot of mismatching are available in the paper, right? Your first reference and some other references are Wikipedia reference. Mostly the Wikipedia reference will not accept as a reference side, right? என்னைக்குமே விக்கிபீடியா ரெஃபரன்ஸை நம்ம வந்து ரெஃபரன்ஸாக யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது. யூஸ் பண்ணுறது இல்லை, யாரும் யூஸ் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. ஸோ தட் யூ ஹவ் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். Okay, now one more point. There is no graph utilized in your paper. Only one graph, figure 1. There is no space between FIG and 1. There is no colon, figure 1 colon, then figure caption is not like that. The figures are not border, are not having border. The tables are not the table 3 and table 1 and table 2. Table 1 is formulated, table 2 formulation not necessary, table 3 is not formulated. Okay, the sentences that is in node, in table 3 node are 1, 4, 9, 14 are given, which is not centralized. Lot of typographical errors are available in your paper. One more point, table 4 entries are not visible clearly. நல்லா பார்க்கிறதுக்கு தெரியல, லென்ஸ் வச்சு தேடுனா தான் தெரியும் போல இருக்கு. அது வந்து நீங்க டேபிள் வந்து டேபிள் என்ட்ரியா போடணும் ஒழிய ஃபிகர் என்ட்ரியா போட்டிருக்கீங்க. how it is accepted? If you enter the table entry by means of using a figure, then it should be captured, copied from other sources, right? In the interpretation part, 2 sentences 1 paragraph, 2 sentence 1 paragraph, 3 sentence 1 paragraph, it is not possible. In a single paragraph we must have minimum 8 sentences, maximum 15 sentences. Okay, then only it is accepted as a research article, research paper. Okay, like 7th reference, 8th reference, 9th reference are not good. First reference are not good. In the conclusion part, there is no clear cut innovative research oriented research contribution. There is no research contribution in the conclusion. What exactly you evaluate, how your evaluation find the result, how your evaluation is accepted for the innovative research work, these things are not available in your conclusion, right? These are my observation, not only for you, also for all the candidates. They are all going to present. நான் பேசணும்னு சொன்னா இன்னும் அரை மணி நேரம் இந்த ஒரு பேப்பரை பத்தியே பேசிட்டு இருப்பேன். வேண்டாம், அவர் பயந்து ஓடிடுவீங்க. அடுத்து ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ண வர்றவங்கலாம் வந்து பயந்துருவீங்க. நான் ஜென்ரலா சொல்றேன், இதெல்லாம் ஜஸ்ட் உங்க பேப்பரை நீ ப்ரெசென்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கும் போது தான் டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி அப்படி பாக்குறேன். அது வரைக்கும் நான் டவுன்லோடே பண்ணல உங்க பேப்பர். அப்ப டவுன்லோட் பண்ணி படிச்சா each and every sentence I can give you critical comments. It's not possible, but anyway the way of presentation is good. Little bit you have to improve the way of writing the paper. அது வந்து ஸ்டூடெண்ட் பேப்பரா இருந்தாலும் ரிசர்ச் ஓரியன்டட் பேப்பரா இருந்தாலும் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம் இதான் எழுதிருக்கீங்கன்னா ஓகே, ஐ அக்செப்ட் இட். somewhat better, I appreciate. Okay, thank you. Another person.
Thank you, sir.
क्वेश्चनக்கெல்லாம் ஆன்சர் பண்ணவே இல்ல நீங்க. வேண்டாம். Right, okay, you can continue. Call the next person.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Shweta and Saranya. I call upon the next team, Dr. S. Kokila and Dr. S. Rajeshwari ma'am, to present your research work.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Rajeshwari, SDNB Vaishnav College. Shall I present?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Screen is visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So my research article has opinion mining in Tamil texts using dense neural network architecture. So the contents of my paper: abstract, introduction, related work, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. So first abstract. So here I am taking the opinion mining or sentimental analysis for the development of NLP in Tamil language. So this article proposed here neural network model to analyze the Tamil tunes into two polarities as positive and negative. So this work contains 3 phases. First one is to collecting the Tamil tunes. So we created a Tamil corpus. 1015 tweets, and it is converted into word vectors, and it is classified as positive and negative. So the model is represented as a deep learning based dense neural network architecture was trained with the following tweets and for finding the positive and negative comments. So the proposed model will be taken under the annotated corpus. These tweets will not be will get be trained without removing the stop words and sentimental symbols like emojis. So it is observed the proposed model gives better accuracy of 86% when compared with machine learning algorithm. So introduction and motivation. So several tweets are available in the social media. So when we consider for the regional languages, so especially for Tamil, so there is a need of automated analysis to create to extract the sentiments, to extract the positive and negative comments from the various fields of media as well as the several fields. So here we have created an automatic analysis and also using the latest tools to analyze the comments, reviews available in the social media. So several literature review will be gone under for the various models available in the machine learning. So we have a search for several papers and uses the ML models, and by using the back of words and also using the frequency of words. So it may be a TF-DF frequency of words. And finally, DL fit for the large volume of corpus and feature. We will find that DL will be used for the large volume of corpus, and we are go under for the several reviews of DL method. So here is the methodology. Having the first step as a data preprocessing, second was word vectorization, and third one is the dense neural network. So the collected data will be, so first pre-processing, the collected tweets, the reviews and comments in the social media. It is especially for the Tamil words. So to structure it, the pre-processing steps include, first we have to remove the English letters. So remove the English, remove space, and some of the special characters, the bracket, hat, hash symbol. So after removing these type of symbols and English letters, and the total 1015 tweets will be converted into 7,933 unique word dictionary will be formed. So here the tabular column which represents some examples regarding to the reviews. Then second one is word vectorization. After converting these words, the indexes will be given for the each and word available in the dictionary, and these indexes will be converted into vectors for the further process of the data inside the classification model. So this is the dense neural network architecture having the 5 dense layers with the dense of 50 and loss of 0.3. At the end of this layer, you will get the output. So what are the experimental aspects? There is a reviews will be get under the various aspects of the model. So first is the vector length, second is the batch size, third one is the header layer, dense of layer, and loss ratio. So first, here the data set. Data set of Tamil tunes, the collected information, 1015 review comments will be divided into 80-20% of training and testing data. As they are positive and negative, here data set contains 402 positive and 4 negative comments, and testing at 20% connects 203 total messages. So when we get into the classification, the model performance will be taken place another batch wise. Here, the higher batches lead to the lower test accuracy. So from the graph, it is find out that by increasing the batch size, the test accuracy will be decreased in a gradual order. So we train the model with the batch size We train the model and test the model with a batch size of 32. In that, we get the higher test accuracy. And the